and welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights in Nature, an inclusive space across identities and the gender spectrum. My name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California, and I'm an honored guest here. As we open this gathering, please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat with your name and where you're from. It's just great to hear we have people already from Sweden, Venezuela, Sri Lanka, who have introduced themselves. So please be welcome to do that. Before we start, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is really a challenging time for many people, and we welcome you all to a space for us to be together from all over the world. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone, and we send you our love and well-being. As part of the assembly, we recently released our call to action to governments all over the world and financial institutions, banks and asset managers worldwide during the time of the UN General Assembly, which is really the last time governments are meeting before the important climate talks in Glasgow. It's a really powerful call to action that 120 organizations signed, representing millions of people worldwide. And we're going to put that link to that call to action in the chat. And that way, if those of you want to sign on, you can individually or with your organizations, because we're going to be bringing this call to action also to Glasgow with us. So I wanted you to know that, because this assembly is for us to be in our own space and to create our own agenda, but also to have that agenda be well known by governments and financial institutions around the world at this critical time. And with that, I want to go ahead and start our first session of the day, which I'm really, really excited about. I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on this first panel called Intersectional Movement Building for Climate Justice. And I thank all of you for your important work and leadership to really lift up all of these panelists who've been working in this space for many, many years. So to address the root causes, as well as the scope and scale of the climate crisis, we need policies that are systemic across all sectors of society, strong in feminist principles, and strive to combat historical oppressions. The climate crisis has come into being from interlocking systems of capitalism, patriarchy, racism, the commodification of nature, and colonialisms. So to confront this crisis, we need to have coherence across policy sectors. This crisis just didn't come about yesterday. This has been building for centuries. And when we analyze root causes, it's clear that women experience the climate crisis with disproportionate severity, precisely because their basic rights continue to be denied in varying forms and intensities across the world. Indigenous women, Black and Brown women, women from low-income communities, and women from the Global South bear an even heavier burden. And that said, against all odds and against great challenges, what really inspires me so deeply is that women, feminists, and gender diverse people are demonstrating every day the skills that they have to offer and the solutions that are essential at this turning point in history. And in fact, we can't succeed without their efforts. I also want to highlight that women sitting at the decision-making table is actually not enough. We need women at the table with a feminist analysis. We need to ensure there is racial and economic diversity at the table, and that women who are carrying an intersectional lens are really involved in climate policy. Because we're always asked, well, should we just have 50% more women at the table? And that is a good start, absolutely. But we actually need our analysis also to be present. This is how we can advance a policy agenda that really reflects the lived experience of women in poverty, women dealing with racial, sexual, and health issues, women on the front lines of extractive industries, and who have unique experiences that will help shape policy from that experience. And as we look at connections, it's clear that if we are to move forward towards justice and healing, we need to address systems of oppression in an intersectional manner. We need worldviews and social constructs of gender and racial equity, respect for human indigenous rights, and governance systems that respect the natural laws of Mother Earth. So this is why we wanted to have this panel to really lift up this intersectional viewpoint. And with that, please let me introduce, in the order that they will be presenting, some of the truly remarkable leaders of this movement for feminist climate justice. First, we're going to be hearing from Ruth Nyambura. She is a Kenyan activist. She is from the African Ecofeminist Collective from Kenya. She's a dear beloved friend and colleague. We welcome you, Ruth. Then we'll be hearing from Dalia Fernanda Marquez Añez. She is the founder of Humanidad Inada en Acción. She is from Venezuela. We welcome you, Dalia. Then we'll be hearing from Colette Pichon Battle, another beloved colleague, executive director of Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy from the United States. And then also another wonderful colleague, Tet Laurent. She is the advisor for the United Nations program from Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, and she is from the Philippines. So it's an incredible group of leaders, and we welcome you all. And I hand the floor to you, Ruth, to start us off. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. Thank you so much, Osprey. It's beautiful to see you after a very long time, albeit very, very virtually. So my name is Ruth Nyambura. I am an ecofeminist, a feminist political ecologist based in Nairobi, Kenya. At the moment, I am in Maputo, Mozambique, thinking through a lot of things, including the dismantling of colonial borders. It's beautiful to be by the Indian Ocean, this ocean that connects so many of us, especially those of us from the global south, and to think of the vastness of nature and the beauty of being in nature and being nature. So I just want to say again, thank you very much for WECAN and all the allies and comrades in solidarity with one another for opening up this space. And I guess one of the things that I was thinking about when I was invited to be on this panel, and it's something that I've been sitting with for the last 2 years, almost 2 years since the pandemic began, when we talk about, you know, intersectionality or intersectional justice and what it means, but importantly, what it means to be a feminist, you know, is being a feminist an identity? And more, the more I think about it, the more I reject that feminism or being a feminist is not an identity. It's a political journey that never ends. It's one of those journeys that we take for the rest of our lives, constantly learning, constantly borrowing, constantly checking ourselves, you know, constantly failing also, because we love to imagine that the movements that we are part of and the kind of work that we're doing, that we're only going to win, and it's only going to be beautiful, you know, and it's only going to be radical, but it's more nuanced and more complicated than that. So to think about feminism, not as an identity, not to call myself, you know, not to think about me as Ruth as a feminist, but to think about the journeys or the radical journeys, you know, that, you know, feminisms, not just feminism, feminisms enables me to have. So I'll start with that, from the premise of that, you know, feminism or feminisms, these are journeys that we take, journeys of radical possibilities, journeys of radical solidarities, journeys of tenderness, journeys of care, journeys of learning and unlearning, you know, but basically journeys of regeneration, journeys of dreaming new worlds. And to also borrow from the Zapatistas, you know, when the Zapatistas say that we make the road by walking, you know, the road doesn't just appear, the radical roads, the radical futures, the radical conceptions, the radical discourse, the radical care, the radical tenderness, they don't just appear. We make them by walking, by making so many mistakes, but also making so many wins across our way. So that is the first place I want to start off when I think about intersectionality. What journeys are possible for us? What radical possibilities are possible for us? What radical solidarities and tenderness are possible for us? What radical forms of relationships with one another are possible for us? So now more than ever, now more than ever before, we are witnessing the convergence of multiple and intersecting global crises: climate, food, energy, finance, rising fundamentalisms and fascism, rapid militarization, and highly repressive states. And the last 2 years alone, the coronavirus has managed to perfectly lay bare the deep structural inequalities and marginalization that the world's majority experience as a result of our dominant economic system, which is capitalism. So women, children, girls, queer, trans, and gender non-conforming persons, people living with disabilities, peasant farmers, small fisher folk, informal street traders, indigenous peoples, factory workers, sex workers, pastoralists, nomads. The list is almost endless, all living in a world in which the exploitation of their bodies, their labor, and territories continue to offer vicious incentives for capitalist economic growth. Quite simply, their lives, our lives, are considered disposable and expendable by the economic system and the ruling elites across the world. But my presentation today is not about the state of the climate crisis and other intersecting crises. By now, the realities are clear, and more so for those of us on the front lines of this multiple and intersecting crisis. And those of us especially overwhelmingly residing in the geographical and political global South. We also know the systems, economic and political, especially that are responsible for the climate crisis. We're very aware of that. So my presentation is on the possibilities, of an intersectional, transnational, feminist politics of solidarity for climate justice that takes seriously both anti-capitalism and decolonization, beyond metaphors and pop culture symbolism that they're so often reduced to these days, but a deep political practice through which our collective struggles and as sites for radical and rigorous intellectual engagement. So popular mainstream responses within the UN, from northern governments, corporations, the World Economic Forum, to the climate crisis in the last few decades, have largely centered on the further commodification of nature in the form of carbon market schemes such as REDD+, the heavy promotion of industrial farming and crop farming. And these proposals have further entrenched already existing inequalities and created new ones. Communities have been evicted from their ancestral lands or lost out due to the economies of scale that simply do not favor them. They have been enrolled into carbon market schemes under horrible terms and often lied to about the real purpose and returns. These proposals continue to pollute the earth as they heavily rely on chemicals, from agribusiness industries, which are firmly connected, for example, to the fossil fuel industries. We have witnessed the absolutely gross treatment of animals, disgusting, cruel treatment of workers in animal and crop in these farms. Many are poor, undocumented migrants, women, children, those from lower castes, Black, brown. Basically, people who come from communities and countries on the front lines of the climate crisis and who experience environmental racism. So this proposal from mainstream spaces have nothing to offer in the form of justice, and importantly, completely go against the radical solutions and world making of communities, everyday people, and transnational movements working on the intersections of climate justice. So the violence we face is similar. So the Sengwer indigenous people in Cherangani Hills in Kenya being evicted from their ancestral lands because of a REDD+ readiness project. The undocumented migrant workers from Latin America working in meat factories in the United States, constantly under fear, very personally aware of the violence of borders, and now dying from COVID as essential workers, but not essential enough to be protected, and whose own countries have been terrorized by the United States, to the peasant and land occupying movements of Latin America, such as La Via Campesina and MST, to communities in Southeast Asia losing their land to palm oil plantations, to Indian farmers committing suicide because of their heavy debts, to the communities in Europe resisting the construction of new coal mines and airports, and to our friends in the Pacific Islands, fighting against militarization and extractivism. Our fights are not only similar, but we are fighting the same structural powers. The contexts that unite us are real, but so are those that divide us. Community and solidarity in our movement work have often meant that many of us have had to stay silent for the sake of the so-called greater good, that we stay silent on the issues of homophobia, transphobia, classism, gender and sexualities, race, language, etc. Many of us are also living the impacts and afterlives of colonization, borders which are fluid, but whose material impacts are real and are felt in the most cruel ways. This, on my call, it isn't a call for romanticized solidarity or a romanticized idea of an intersectional politics, but a call for us as feminists to seriously engage with the possibilities, to think through what these new liberated worlds can look like if we work collectively, carefully, and tenderly, and transforming local struggles to global ones and vice versa. It is a call to also think carefully about the possibilities of anti-capitalism and decolonization, again, not as hip slogans and metaphors, but by centering questions over land, for example, which remains so important for many people still, especially indigenous peoples across the globe. Building power around the radical alternatives of peasant farmers, fisherfolk, nomads and pastoralists, and urban farmers, contesting elitist and privatized ideas of who has a right to the city, what is a city, and by working towards a politics of common in all spaces. These are just a few examples. It is also a call to work across movements, and we must. Benedict Anderson introduced us to the term imagined communities, the potential of making political alliances against oppressive power structures across divisive and often fluid boundaries, and a deep commitment to co-creating horizontal comradeship. Feminist scholar Chandra Mohanty takes these political concepts further by encouraging us to think about the possibilities of communities of resistance, different groups of people connected together, not by essentialist notions of their struggles, not just cultural or biological basis for alliance, but rather connected by the political links that they choose to make about their lives and their struggles. We have to think about power, and we must rethink our relationships with one another, to believe strongly, to act clearly, and to build structures that reject the idea that we are disposable, that the earth and nature, which we are part of, are merely things and commodities to be exploited and desecrated. Ultimately, for me, decolonial, intersectional, and anti-capitalist feminist movements for climate justice boil down to one word: solidarity. Architectures and blueprints of solidarity, which another wonderful feminist scholar and comrade, Joy James, introduces us to. What does solidarity look like to me? What does solidarity look like to us as a collective? One of my favorite quotes about solidarity is by the Sandinistas, and they say that solidarity is an expression of the people's tenderness. And concretely, we must think about an internationalist and anti-imperialist politics of climate justice. Intersectionality cannot mean putting everything together in a pot and stirring. It cannot be a return to a liberal idea of justice or feminism or gender. Intersectionality has to be guided by very radical ideas of being in the world. Or if we don't think about the radical possibility of intersectionality, if we leave it to adding or copying and pasting struggles, we lose its radical potential to organize ourselves and to dismantle powers. And so I leave all of us with the words of Ella Baker and Bernice Regan Johnson. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for your powerful analysis and brilliance as always. And really appreciate you lining out for us the need to be on a journey and so eloquently reminding us that we need to remain very radical. We cannot have our movement for feminism and our desire for intersectionality to be reduced and co-opted. And I really appreciate so many of your comments. Thank you so much. And I'd like to hand the floor now to Dalia. Thank you, Dalia, for joining us. Dalia, I think you need to come off mute and turn on your video.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this amazing space to share with other amazing women that are working for climate justice. So I will make my intervention in my mother language, Spanish. So now I will switch to Spanish.
Just one moment, Dalia. I just want to remind people who may have joined us to turn on your interpretation globe on the bottom right-hand part of the screen and select the language you wish. Okay, please go ahead. I didn't want people to miss you. Thank you, Dalia.
Thanks to you. So, haré mi intervención en español. Hablaré un poco lento para que los intérpretes puedan hacer la mejor traducción. Y mi intervención la voy a enfocar en la importancia de nosotros en la participación activa en los distintos espacios de toma de decisiones y la importancia de trabajar en redes para poder construir un movimiento global en aras de alcanzar la justicia climática. Desde el año 1992, la Agenda 21 reconoce la importancia del rol de la participación de la sociedad civil en los distintos espacios de toma de decisiones a nivel local, nacional e internacional. Ello quiere decir que hace muchísimos años se reconoce nuestro derecho de participar en estos espacios en los que se toman las decisiones que definen el futuro de nuestros países, de nuestras naciones y el futuro del planeta Tierra. Dentro de los 9 grupos principales reconocidos por la Agenda 21, el grupo de mujeres es uno de ellos. Eso quiere decir que desde el año 1992 se reconoce la importancia que tenemos nosotras las mujeres como grupo vulnerable en la participación que debemos ejercer activamente. Pero para poder participar en estos espacios de toma de decisiones, debemos trabajar en equipo. Debemos hacer alianzas con mujeres en otros territorios. Debemos entender que todas somos una y vernos con sororidad como hermanas, apoyándonos mutuamente, apoyarnos entre mujeres campesinas, mujeres hispanoparlantes, mujeres afrodescendientes, todas en equipo. Y para ello el trabajo en redes es fundamental. ¿Qué es trabajar en redes? Es entender que la finalidad, la meta que todas deseamos es la misma. En este caso hablamos de justicia climática. Evidentemente, los efectos del cambio de la crisis climática afectan diferenciadamente a las mujeres. Vemos cómo cientos de miles de mujeres cargan con los niños en brazos, migrando porque sus territorios se han visto afectados por la crisis climática. Adicionalmente, la crisis económica que viene como consecuencia de la crisis climática afecta diferenciadamente a las mujeres, pues la mayor parte de la población de personas pobres en el mundo somos las mujeres. Por ello, debemos entender que es nuestro deber tomar un rol activo y elevar nuestras voces en representación de todas aquellas que no pueden hacer oír su voz. Y para ello, debemos comprender que es clave y crucial trabajar desde lo local activamente, pero de la mano tenemos que alcanzar esos espacios globales en los que se toman las decisiones cruciales. Por ello es fundamental también que trabajemos en red, que hagamos un trabajo conjunto para empoderar las voces de las mujeres también en el sector político. Necesitamos mujeres tomadoras de decisiones, mujeres que estén en los parlamentos, mujeres que ocupen los cargos de decisión, para que se puedan implementar políticas públicas pensadas para atender también los problemas que nos afectan a nosotras de manera diferenciada. Durante mi experiencia como activista, me he caracterizado por la creación de grupos y redes regionales en América Latina y el Caribe para poder hacer que los pequeños activismos locales tengan un alcance global. Ello quiere decir que debemos entender la importancia también del uso de las tecnologías de información y comunicación para conectarnos con todo el planeta. En este momento, en esta conferencia, estamos conectadas mujeres de todas partes del mundo. Mientras veía las presentaciones en el chat, pude ver mujeres de África, de América, de Asia y de Europa. Estos espacios son claves para que podamos interconectarnos en aras de crear movimientos globales. Ahora, ¿qué es importante para alcanzar la justicia climática? Desde nuestra posición o desde mi posición como activista ambiental, defensora de los derechos humanos y constructora de paz, ¿qué podemos hacer? 3 cosas fundamentales. Número 1, hacer seguimiento a nuestros tomadores de decisiones y exigirles la creación y la implementación de políticas públicas que respondan a nuestras necesidades, que respondan al alcance y la implementación de la Agenda 2030. Eso es fundamental. Número 2, debemos tomar los espacios de toma de decisiones. Debemos empoderarnos políticamente y ser nosotras quienes creamos las políticas públicas. Número 3, debemos apoyar otras causas locales, nacionales e internacionales que promuevan acciones para alcanzar la justicia climática. Y para ello voy a retomar algunas palabras de la intervención anterior, y es que necesitamos cambiar los modelos de consumo. Necesitamos una economía circular. Necesitamos reavivar el humanismo en nosotros y entender, como seres humanos, que lo que pasa en cualquier parte del planeta Tierra nos afecta a todos. Es un principio básico. Como seres humanos debemos comprender que el planeta Tierra es el hogar de todos. Y lo que suceda en el otro lado del mundo me va a afectar a mí. Y un ejemplo claro de esto son las crisis migratorias. Actualmente, como venezolana, debo decir con mucha tristeza que he visto cientos de venezolanos sufriendo xenofobia en otros países de América Latina. He visto campañas que atacan a otros migrantes venezolanos. Pero el problema no son los migrantes. El problema es la razón por la que esas personas se ven obligadas a salir de sus países de origen. Por ello es que para solucionar todas las crisis que están afectando en este momento a la humanidad, debemos apelar, debemos buscar el humanismo y entender que la verdadera solución está en ver al otro como mi espejo y entender que los problemas de otros países me van a afectar también a mí, independientemente del país en el que yo viva. En aras de esto, quiero resaltar una campaña que desde mi punto de vista es muy interesante cuando se habla de justicia climática. Y es que para que haya justicia climática, lo primero que debemos evitar es, en algunos casos, la mayor injusticia que vemos en asuntos de deterioro ambiental, la vemos frente al ecocidio. Esos casos en los que industrias transnacionales degradan territorios, destruyen espacios naturales, desplazan comunidades, muchas veces desplazan comunidades indígenas y no hay justicia porque no se reconoce que se ha cometido un crimen. Para ello, entonces, es importante que reflexionemos sobre la importancia del reconocimiento del ecocidio como un crimen ante la Corte Penal Internacional. Una campaña global que cada día suma más actores por lo interesante que es el hecho de reconocer el ecocidio como un crimen internacional da la posibilidad de sancionar a aquellos individuos que cometan un daño ambiental gravísimo, que tenga un alto impacto en cuanto al daño ambiental, pero también en cuanto a las víctimas y personas o seres vivos afectados. Entonces, esta campaña es muy interesante cuando hablamos de justicia, porque cuando se crea el delito, se puede aplicar una sanción a quien lo cometa y lo más importante es el reconocimiento de las víctimas y su reivindicación. Entonces, para cerrar mi intervención, quiero destacar que como mujeres, como activistas, como ambientalistas, debemos entender la importancia de trabajar en equipo. Número 1, debemos exigirle a nuestros gobernantes que reconozcan nuestro derecho de participar en los espacios de toma de decisiones para la proposición y creación de políticas públicas, porque es un derecho que tenemos reconocido desde el año 1992 en la Agenda 21. Y por último, saber que todas las nuevas tecnologías de información y comunicación son una puerta al mundo para conectar, hacer alianzas y trabajar haciendo cada vez más fuertes nuestras voces para poder incidir verdaderamente y generar esos cambios que tanto anhelamos. Esa sería mi presentación. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this amazing space. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de participar en este maravilloso espacio.
Thank you so very much, Dalia, coming in from Venezuela. We really appreciate you bringing the voice of what is happening in Latin America and in your country, and for your analysis. Thank you very much for joining us. And now I would like to invite Colette to please go ahead and take the floor. Thank you, Colette.
Thank you so much, Osprey, and bonjour, y'all. My name is Colette Pichon Battle. I'm the Executive Director of the Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy in the United States. And my thanks, first and foremost, really, Osprey, to you and your leadership, to WECAN for the work of bringing women together around the world. It is necessary, and it is beautiful, and it is powerful, and I thank you. I also want to give thanks to the many folks that we can't see right now, the folks who are making the technology work, and a special note of love to our interpreters who are doing the very sacred work of making sure that we all communicate with each other. Thank you so much for that. I'm bringing greetings to all of you from Southeast Louisiana. I'm on the traditional lands of the Choctaw Nation in the United States, and I'm right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. I am just on the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and I'm happy to say that today is a beautiful day. Today is a beautiful day amidst a lot of struggle. As many of you know, my region, this region, is in recovery from Hurricane Ida, which hit us on the exact anniversary of Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago. And for those of you who don't remember Hurricane Katrina, it was a terrible and large storm that eviscerated communities and also broke the levees in the city of New Orleans. And it is this type of extreme weather that we understood as a warning shot 16 years ago. And now we are sad to acknowledge that this is now part of a new reality for us. And we're recovering from Ida and remembering Katrina and trying to see the silver linings of community, of folks coming together, and really try to, be honest about what we're seeing in this moment. These moments of extreme impact are where we see the intersections. I think there's no more crucial conversation than how does it all connect and how do we all connect? The intersections of the justice struggles are what you see clearly in the aftermath of disaster. With just a simple sentence, how do poor people survive extreme weather? We get to issues of economic justice, we get to issues of racial justice, gender justice, housing, transportation, food, criminal justice, and all of a sudden, in this moment you see, it is important for us to be fighting for all of these things at one time because it hits all of us at one time. The role of capitalism and white supremacy are also very clear in these moments where we watch billions of dollars spent on discriminatory practices of recovery. And we are, forced to really try to figure out how to cover the gaps that leave our people out, that leave our people stranded. I'm honored and grateful for each of you that have and do give when you see these extreme weather events, especially when you give to communities that are on the ground. It is necessary resourcing for people who don't often get it. But how sad that this resourcing will become so needed around the world, around the globe soon, to where I fear will we be able to really continue to help each other. But the sun is shining today, and I want to honor that. I want to honor that even in tough times, there are beautiful things that can occur. And I want to honor that today, a Native community reached out to a Black community, and an indigenous community to the United States reached out to a community that was created after the Emancipation Proclamation and checked to see what they needed and how to bring donations to them. This might sound small, except our communities, Black and indigenous, have been pitted against each other since the beginning of this nation. And we will not win on climate justice until we come together. And today we're coming together. I honor Miss Audrey with that moment. Today's a beautiful day because I also got to witness a community health clinic provide COVID vaccines along with hot food, water, baby items needed, and information on how to recover both from COVID and from climate disaster. I saw this work being led by DM in New Orleans East. These women that are leading this work, that are helping our communities when they need it most, it's important to see and to acknowledge, as we've heard from our previous sisters, that it's women on these front lines doing this crucial and important work. And I believe it's women really helping the sun to shine. Today, the front lines of climate impact and climate solutions are being led by folks on the front line. Krista is helping the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe of Texas fight to keep and protect their sacred burial grounds from oil pipelines and export terminals. Trinice is helping to support worker rights in South Florida for Black women and Black immigrants who are coming in to a system that is meant to exploit and extract from them. Martha is dedicated to protecting our rivers, and Abigail and Nina are two of the most exciting emerging leaders I've been able to see out of this region. Shout out to Alabama. Jennifer, Rukia, Nishambi, and Miss Ruth are all fighting for Mississippi. And don't sleep on Mississippi, because when we can win with the power of women in Mississippi, we can change this United States and change the world. And I am honored to come from the great state where Dr. Wright and Monique, Logan and Andronika, Grace, Michael, Sin, and Jessica are all fighting for a better tomorrow. I mention their names because our names are the ones that get left out. The bright ideas, the big solutions, the women never get mentioned, but the women are here, the women are leading, and the women are making change. I ask you to join me in a toast or a prayer, whichever one you participate in, or both, as we pray for these women, as we lift them up, because we live in the part of the United States where women are being attacked, women's bodies are being attacked, laws are being built to keep us away from the healthcare that we need, from the information that we need. And this is a moment where we have to choose to intersect both the fight for gender justice and the fight for climate justice. Climate justice requires feminine healing and feminist leadership. And we have to take care of these women that I just mentioned, and all of the women that you know in your community that are fighting the fight and are tirelessly, just always there and always speaking up and doing what is right. It's important for us to take care of them. I want to encourage each of you to do something nice for one of those women leaders today, just because of this moment and this conference and this moment that we're taking to remember. And I also want to mention that it's time for us to take care of the feminist thinking and what we know to be true about what it's going to take to heal this planet. It will not work if we simply center everything we do in technology and new ideas. Some of what we have to assert has been here all along, and it requires us to value the sacred feminine and to value a feminist approach to all of these things. I will just lift up a lot of what Ruth was saying about how we show up on our journey is really, I couldn't agree more. And I really thank you, sister, for that. I want to just close by saying, we're still here, y'all. That means we have work to do. And it is my honor to work with the women who are on this panel today, to work with Osprey, and to continue working in this global movement, because we have to save the planet. We're not in a situation of making a choice. We have to do this, and we know what we must do. So I look forward to working with each of you, and I thank you for this opportunity, Osprey, and thank you for everything you're doing to make sure that we connect and that we move together.
Well, thank you so much, Colette, for your powerful comments, and also for lifting up all of those voices. As you said, so many incredible women, feminist, and gender diverse leaders. Their names are not being spoken, and yet that's where so much of the work is going on. And thank you for pointing that out. We're putting links to your work in the chat, as we have with Ruth and also with Dahlia. And also to say, Catherine is going to put in the chat a link to a Facebook room that we've opened up, a space online for people to connect, as Colette said, and to collaborate together, where you can share your work. Those of you who are joining us, there's been a lot of collaborations that have gone on the last few days of networking together, and we really need each other right now. As we have this radical new world that we're building, we need to do it together and walk together on that path. So please use that space to connect more, as well as the chat here. But there's a Facebook space to share more about how to connect and collaborate. So thank you for pointing that out. And also just to have our hearts and minds continue to be in the Gulf South, that just is really recovering from another devastating storm, and to say to you, Colette, and your communities, that you are top of line in our heart and mind. And with that, I'm super honored to bring into the conversation a wonderful, powerful colleague, Tet Laron, who is from the Philippines. Thank you, Tet, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Osprey, and good morning, good afternoon to all the sisters who are in this very powerful space. Yeah, congratulations for making this powerful convening for movement building a reality. So let me start by sharing with you some of my wishful thinking. Yeah, if only intergovernmental negotiations on climate and development can even come close to the unity and analysis of the structural and systemic roots of this breakdown in the Earth's natural systems. If only governments and international institutions who coddle corporations that continue to extract and exploit nature's gifts to ensure super profits for the very few really take to heart their accountability to people and planet, we would not be witness to almost 3 decades of compromises, denialism, broken promises, and obstructionism that lead to false narratives and false solutions that make billionaires of a handful while hundreds of millions can barely keep their heads above water. We know that the pandemic has magnified deeply rooted inequalities between countries, within societies, between the rich and poor. And in fact, a lot of people say that, this multiple vulnerabilities of poverty, homelessness, lack of social protection, exclusion, and other manifestations of inequality, plus exposure to the virus, is a very fatal combination, especially for women. And we know from our lived experiences that we cannot heal in the same environment that made us sick. We don't want to build back better because a broken global economic, trade, and financial system cannot be made over. It cannot be made green with cosmetic solutions. What we need to do is to build forward justly in the face to realize the profound transformations of systems, policies, and norms that create and sustain injustices. Addressing these is not easy, and it requires our ability to imagine the future, but also our commitment, capacity, and strength to reclaim that future. And as we've heard from the sisters before me, justice is the thread that weaves the different strands of our struggles together. In particular, systems of injustice that are at the core of why there's a climate breakdown, which forcibly displaces communities, destroy homes and livelihoods, and which make women a shock absorbers of many governments and the international community's failure to provide social protection and care for its people. We keep on hearing, calls to protect the planet. They're growing said that we now live in, times that is code red for humanity. But despite this rhetoric of increased climate action, this is also becoming the moment when the most regressive policies, programs, and conditionalities are being implemented. So despite the imminent explosion of a global debt crisis, as poor countries find it impossible to continue paying loans while trying to marshal resources to attend to their people's economic and social needs, while developing countries push for the comprehensive overhaul of the global economic system, including debt cancellation, to defer debt payments. Even the allocation of the IMF special drawing rights benefited rich countries more than the developing world. While there's recognition of the importance of social protection systems, especially during these pandemic times, providing health, housing, livelihood support, the IMF responded with that countries will be able to repair their debts. There's lots of talk about how addressing the climate crisis and our collective existential threat, but those defending for daring to oppose governments, and these are ordinary people trying to protect their homes and livelihoods and standing up for the planet. I in the planet to become an environmental defender. You know that with our macho fascist government, a lot of people are being silenced, intimidated, and harassed. We 13, where it was a classic example of many communities displaced, hit by a triple whammy. This triple whammy now is that people were already poor before disaster struck. They're displaced by disasters and corruption. And now, in the name of public safety, they're not allowed to rebuild their lives. But their coastal land are now being converted as retirement homes for the rich and aging northern. police. They've established no build, no fishing zone. Protests are criminalized. So the bottom line is, this disaster capitalism is being propped up by government policies that are neoliberal, pro-foreign, pro-business, and anti-people. And it is this context of gross wealth and inequality that, a handful have accumulated wealth from continued environmental destruction. So I suppose what I would like us to think about now is, we think of ourselves as being part of the movements. Therefore, we have the responsibility to connect those dots. We need to be able to confront corporate power, authoritarian governments, in order to build a just and equitable society for all. Climate justice struggle is one of addressing the root causes. It's not just about mitigation or adaptation, but it is against systems of injustice. Trade architecture, what's wrong with it? They put a price tag on nature. What do we do about investments when extraction and false solutions do not respect the Earth's natural systems? What do we do about the finance system when it keeps on pushing the limits of nature and driving countries and communities deeper into debt, depriving them of resources that value human life? So what do we do about global governance when it treats everything like a business whose ultimate indicators is profits? So what we know already is that neoliberalism and capitalism will always be at odds with a healthy environment. And, I say I'm from the Philippines, one of the most dangerous places to be an environmental activist, but it's also the center of environmental movements and defenders, and I think we need to really come together and try to understand each other better in order that we can make good on our right to imagine and reclaim our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tet, for your really important intervention and your analysis from your perspective from the Philippines. We only have a few minutes left in this session. Again, this is one of those conversations that really could be all day with all four of you. I wish we could do that. What I would like to do in our few remaining minutes, if we could go back to Ruth, then Dahlia, then Colette, and Tet, if you would all just give us a closing, literally 1 minute, because I want to respect the next group of presenters. It would be really powerful, just as you have heard one another speak, to just have a summary comment. And please know that we are just touching the tip of the iceberg of the conversation we could have, but your interventions mean so much in your analysis. So starting with Ruth, if you could just help us with a summary comment here, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And first, I'd like to say that I don't even know how to summarize, because all my comrades and allies and sisters and friends who've spoken after me are so amazing that I feel that in itself is a wrap up. But I will go back to something that I have been thinking about, as I said at the very beginning, that more and more I think of feminism or feminist politics or intersectional politics less as an identity, but more as a journey and more as a political journey. And I think about it very, very politically. And to just maybe summarize the ways in which I have sat and listened to the presenters after me, I think that one of the things that I think is very important for us as feminists from across the world, and especially those of us who sit on the front lines of the climate crisis, we have to return our politics to a radical political space, right? Not just, a space like there's a way in which our politics can float in the air, in which everything fits in, but nothing fits in. One of those things that it means everything, but it means nothing. We have to return to those radical roots. Often we have said that, feminism or radicalness, I think it's Angela Davis who says this, if I'm not wrong, it's like grasping at the roots. What are the roots of intersectional climate justice that we are, going back to? There needs to be a return. And we call that when I think about in African cosmologies, the Sankofa bird, which looks to the past to inform its present. What radical ideas of being with one another and the community and society and the earth and nature do we need to take from the past? But what do we also need to craft for the present and for the futures, the regenerative futures? So for me, that is the message. That is the final thing, to think of our work very, very politically, not just floating in the air, but to think about what can be recuperated from the past, what we can build in the present, but ultimately, what collective worlds of liberation can we co-create, co-build for the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. And Dahlia, short, real short, because we've got our next section. Thank you so much, Ruth. Please go ahead,
Okay.
Dahlia.
Okay, I just want to highlight 3 very important things. First one, the importance to work in network. Second one, empowerment other women and other activists and peace builders around the world, help them to raise their voices in the decision-making spaces. And the last one is that beyond the ideological speeches, we need to understand that whole we are human beings, and the problem in Venezuela will affect the people from Colombia, Peru, Asia, Europe, North America, etc. Therefore, we must fight against the inequalities, the injustice, and the corruption. That's the only way we can achieve real peace and climate justice. And the last one thing is, please support the recognition of the ecocide as crime in the international court. That's it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you all the work and my perspective about activism and climate justice.
Thank you so much, Dahlia. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Colette?
Thank you. And Dahlia, we give you our commitment to support the ecocide definition, and thank you for your leadership there. We will continue to follow the Frontlines and the work happening in South America. I think the summary I want to offer is that what we have right now, this moment that we're in, is produced and comes from fear and scarcity. It leads to oppression and discrimination and all of the things that we're fighting against. The only thing, the only weapon that can fight fear and scarcity is love and abundance. This is what we know in our feminine side. This is what we know of that place that we are naturally. It will take who we are as feminists, as leaders, as gender non-conforming, as women. It will take what we know intuitively to fight what we're up against now, and we can do it. Let's honor each other, let's honor the water, and let's honor the struggle by intentionally intersecting our work.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Colette. And Tet.
Yes, let us continue connecting those dots, clarifying how our different struggles are interlinked. This is already happening, but we need to make it more visible and we need to make it more accessible. Keep on speaking truth to power, and let us not be distracted by pocket-sized solutions that governments want to highlight. We need those systemic and structural solutions, and that means, we need to keep on finding alternatives to capitalism. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much, Ruth, Dahlia, Colette, and Tet. Awesome conversation and panel. I send my love and solidarity to all of you and look forward to continuing our collaboration and connecting. And thank you again so much for being with us. Thank you very, very much. And now I want to welcome this incredible group of leaders who are just joining us now for presenting on the panel Gendered and Racial Impacts of the Fossil Fuel Industry in North America and Complicit Financial Institutions. I know that's a very long title, but the fact is we need to connect many different issues that are often left in silos, and the relationship between gender and race in the fossil fuel industry, and also the financial institutions who enable that. So thank you all for your important work, all of you panelists for your leadership and bravery and courage. It's clear that women are experiencing extractive industries, the climate crisis and environmental degradation with disproportionate severity because our basic rights continue to be denied in varying forms and intensities across the world. But we really can't in any manner talk about gender inequality without talking about the inextricable relationship to racism and the additional disproportionate impacts of extraction and infrastructure on indigenous, Black and brown women and gender diverse people. So at WECAN, we noted that there was a serious gap in analysis of the specific gendered and racial impacts concerning the fossil fuel industry. So we, and of course, you know, women and Two-Spirit people on the front lines have been fighting for this for decades. So we recently completed an in-depth report about this vital intersection, and the report serves to expose the information gap for these institutions to advocate for frontline women. And due to the immensity of the data, we actually ended up having to keep our scope to North America because the analysis was so immense and horrible, actually, but we know that it's relevant globally. Our research is part of a broader campaign to organize with frontline women to meet with financial institutions like banks and asset management firms for direct engagement about the harms experienced in their bodies and by their communities and the land. From fracking in Kern County in California, to the tar sands Line 3 in Minnesota, to Chemical Valley in Texas, to Cancer Alley in Louisiana, we are seeing egregious human and indigenous rights abuses. We must urgently move away from our extractive predator economy that is based on the exploitation of indigenous peoples, people of color, women, and the land. And it's just time to end the tragic cycle of investments based on sacrificed people and sacrifice zones. And we are calling for financial institutions to uphold indigenous and human rights. We want governments and banks and asset management firms and insurance companies to stop harming women, stop environmental racism, halt further climate chaos, and instead invest in community-led solutions and a healthy and just world. And lastly, and I especially wanted to share this because of Tara, excuse me. Pardon me. I wanted to dedicate this panel to LaDonna Brable Allard, who has meant so much to many of us and who is dearly missed. And she was central to the spirit of this work. Before she passed earlier this year, she sent me a text message that we needed to bring the women together. So I wanted to dedicate this session to her. And with that, please let me introduce in the order that they will be presenting some truly remarkable leaders of this movement who we have been working with and supporting, and we're really honored to have them with us. First, we're going to be hearing from Rosanna Esparza. She's a community organizer and environmental and public health researcher from the United States. Then we'll be hearing from Tara Hauska. She's teaching First Nation. She's founder of the GNU Collective from Turtle Island, or the US. Then we're going to be hearing from Sharon Levine. She's the founder of Rise St. James from the US. And then we'll be hearing from Dr. Adrienne Hollis. She is a senior climate justice and health scientist at the Union of Concerned Scientists from the US. And we'll be putting links to all of their work. We really ask you to support all these women on the front lines. And with that, I would love to open up the floor to you, Rosanna. Please go ahead. Rosanna?
Yes.
Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Rosanna Esparza. I'm a retired gerontologist, a clinical individual. third generation Mexicana, and I am coming to you today from land that is Chumash land in Kern County. I'd like to say that women hold up half the sky. Unfortunately, in Kern County, the sky is very heavy, and it's heavy because of the pollution. It's heavy because of the toxicity, which makes the burden of women holding up the sky twice as heavy, twice as hard. I appreciate having the time today to talk to you a little bit about the kind of work that we're doing here and why it's so important that we have opportunities like this to come together as women, to come together as researchers and women who are working in our communities. The ability to be able to speak out and speak truth to power is critical and it's essential. I read an article not too long ago that says mothers in America are in crisis. The reality is women in America are in crisis, and mothers in America are even more in crisis. And how do we come about change, economic change, social, political, and looking at our gender differences and appreciations? So my comments today are specifically about environmental justice and our movement and how we have had to transform our ways of doing our work in our community in Kern County. In the United States, Kern County is the most polluted for PM 2.5, which is small particle pollution. It's a kind of pollution that will get into your lungs and work its way into your bloodstream. I don't like to go into a lot of the details about the numbers because the numbers change all the time. What I like to concern myself is with the stories of the people that we work with and what's happening on the ground. As an ethnographer, it's the stories and the oral history that make all the difference to us and what our economic viability is and what our opportunity to make a just transition looks like, particularly when we have battles against money, opportunists, and a global pandemic. So there's multiple issues that we're struggling with right now. Our children born today are going to go through at least 3 environmental crises, at least 3. The only one we have struggled with at this point is the beginning of the climate crisis. Imagine our children are going to go through 2 more of this opportunities to look at change unless we start to do something now. How do we make that change when we have investors who are outside of our community, who aren't looking at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and what they're paying for? Fracking is an industry that's been corrupted, it's dirty, it's abusive, and there's really no reason why we are still using this method when we know we have to make a transition, when we know we have to get away from this. Initially, when we started our work in Kern County, or when I started my work in Kern County 10 years ago, I was with an organization that looked specifically at water and water impacts. From there, we went to the chemicals and we went to the research in what's happening on the ground. How is that impacting and affecting individuals? And then it occurred to me, all of that is bullshit. Why? Because it's constantly changing. Because that is the scientific notations that are provided to us by researchers who are outside of our community, who are not involved, who aren't taking into consideration the stories, the facts, the actual everyday living experience that experts who live here are knowing, learning, and trying to share firsthand. What that opportunity did for me was to start to listen and to put on a totally different attitude about myself and how I listen to individuals, how I think about what's being stated. And all of this is connected to our environmental necessities and the transitions that we need to make. Initially, we talked about the science and we educated ourselves and we learned the language of the oppressor, and we could tell you all about what chemicals were doing what, and when you smelled something, this is what it was going to do to you. And we worked and did this for a number of years. Yet trying to get people to be invested and understand, we realized that it was just going over everyone's head. What does that mean to me living on the ground, on a frontline community, when you're talking about stuff that, number one, I can't pronounce, number two, I don't understand what it is, and number three, who cares? The reality is we care, and as environmental advocates and justice workers, we do care what the message is and how we're doing it. We totally transformed how we do our work, and from a very scientific oriented separatist approach to being with people and to looking at how we are seeing the issues play out on the ground. And it occurred to us that those days and times of using facts and figures were not effective. And what happened to us as the frontline people and the organizers is that we were transformed in our beliefs and our thinking. And we knew that we had to do something different if we were going to make a change, if we were going to capture the imagination and the spirit of individuals and bring them forward into a movement where their voice is front and center. One thing that we know from working in our community and being a primarily Latino, Spanish-speaking community of workers is that we feed the rest of the country. We are the breadbasket of the United States, yet people living in the immediate area are starving. We have food distributions going on, and this was way before COVID impacted the community. How do we get that connected to people and understanding these are all symptoms of a sick environment and a planet? What we need to know is how to get the messages across and how we do it in a better, more effective way. And we started to think, what is important and how is our cultural expectation played out here, or if we even see it. We went from the scientific approach to looking at where people are on the ground. And it occurred to us that our culture is front and center, that the stories that we tell and the images that we portray need to be powerful. They need to speak the truth. And we as the leaders need to make it happen. How do we get funding to talk about art and the impact of fracking and the economy to support the work that we wanted to do? There aren't banks that are going to invest or that have invested in our work. In fact, they spend money to shut us down. They spend millions of dollars participating in different types of psychological hatred, if I can use that word. What we needed to do was something totally different, and we needed to change the narrative. And this is where the idea was born that we needed to bring art and a different imagery into the conversation. And to answer the question that people are asking the most, is the air we're breathing making us sick? That's a very deep question, and one that most researchers aren't asking because they're not listening to what people have to say. Yes, the air we breathe in Kern County is making us sick, and we are dying at higher rates than people living outside of the area. The fact that women in childbearing ages are the most at risk is of concern. That babies are being born, blue babies that don't have sufficient oxygen because we're fracking right next door, because our water, the water that's available, is tainted. Kern County is a place in time that everyone has forgotten, and it's the imagery that we bring with art to challenge the social norms and the expectations that art is transformative. It gets the message across. We talk to people, we color, we quilt, we make clothing. We work with groups of individuals intergenerationally, and we still look for funding, but not from your traditional banks because they're not going to fund us. And what we do is we make our point that we as a group of collaborators, several organizations come together to maximize our opportunities. We want people to recognize that working in a silo isn't what is the best opportunity for us, and to bring together the most proficient of expertise from all walks of life. And this is exactly what we've done. So in the past 2 years, we've taken on, in collaboration with Mural Arts Institute in Philadelphia, an opportunity for us to really transform how we're working in community and to look at building more bridges and collaborators with people outside of our area. We've put together a small mini documentary that you can find on the Mural Arts website that introduces you to Kern County. It tells the story of one individual and what he sees, what she sees in our community and what happens. How often do you come into a community where the first sign that you see is hazardous waste permitted? That's usually not the welcome sign that people put out, but in our instance, it is. I really appreciate the fact that we're able to come together and talk a little bit about the types of things that we're doing. I understand that we are pressed for time, and I don't want to waste the time. I just want to let you know that we are working in a different space and we are bringing art to the forefront, and that we do expect that participation will increase and we will have more women coming to us and participating in telling the story of what has impacted them, how they have been changed, how they've been moved, and the type of information that they're able to gain access to by being able to think of, how do we replicate this? How do we explain it? How do we show it? And we create our quilts, we create our flowers, we create murals, we create a banner that says this is what 2,500 feet looks like as a setback to protect us from the harms of oil and gas extraction. This is something that is just critical to what we're working on at this point. How far is 2,500 feet, and how far are those chemicals actually going and affecting where we live in a fence line community, affecting our children, and causing a great deal of harm? We've been able to do this because we're participating in an art project and we're learning to think differently, and we're bringing each other together, and we're trying to make this an effective challenge and inviting others to join us, bringing people who haven't ever experienced what it is to live in a community that is so impacted and affected to the forefront to see what it is. I can't show you pictures of the types of degradation we're talking about because a picture does not tell the story. Stand on any precipice there overlooking an oil and gas development project, and you will see for yourself, and you will feel it, and you will be sick. A picture can't demonstrate that for you. So you have my stories, you have my words.
Thank you so much, Rosanna, for your powerful work and your analysis and just being on the front line, fighting for your community all this time. We deeply appreciate it. And with that, I would like to invite Tara to please join me. Thank you, Tara.
My name is Tara. I'm Bear Clan from Couchiching First Nation. And first, I want to say thank you, Osprey, for recognizing LaDonna Allard. I have missed her so much over this past year that she has been gone. Well, since April. I mean, it feels like forever that she hasn't been there for council and that she's been so sick. She's been sick for a long time. And just acknowledging that intergenerational transfer of wisdom that is so critical to our movements and to our continued resistance, and recognizing that we have to maintain those connections and we have to get and share as much knowledge as we possibly can when we have these people here with us. Yeah, I miss her all the time. And also want to acknowledge Myron Dewey, another No Dapple warrior. who just passed on yesterday, and another voice taken, another fierce spirit gone in our movement. I am calling in from the moment in a 7-year-long fight against Enbridge's Line 3. It's a tar sands pipeline that's been threatening our wild rice and our homelands for years. Almost 1 million barrels of tar sands a day from Alberta down to Lake Superior, through the headwaters of the Mississippi River. And despite hundreds and hundreds of arrests, over 800 arrests, actually more than there were in Dakota Access Pipeline, during the course of a pandemic, through less lethals and mace and rubber bullets and pain compliance on water protectors. That's a new thing that I've actually never seen in these nonviolent direct action oriented fights. That law enforcement that was being directly reimbursed by Enbridge throughout the course of this resistance, this ground resistance, was actually engaging in torture of people. And we've brought those complaints forward to the UN and to others, but there's been no intervention by the state of Minnesota, by the US government, by the climate-friendly president, who touts his positioning as a climate-oriented person, yet here we are, where Line 3 is almost built. They are set to flow oil as soon as possible. They're engaging in hydrostatic testing right now of the line, so running water through to see that the line is actually able to sustain the tar sands. And we're observing them pulling out sections of pipe because they put it in so fast that there are numerous issues throughout the pipeline. They were working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I think the onus and the pressure behind that was the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people who came out to Anishinaabe and Dakota traditional territory to stand up for Mother Earth. I'm part of GNU Collective, founded that actually and blessed the space that we hold with LaDonna and with Pua Case and Winona LaDuke and other matriarchs to create a space that was more balanced, and that I hope to take lessons from other fights and other spaces and the so-called climate movement, and figure out how do we engage and build and grow together in a way that centers empathy and love and thought and care for the land at the center, rather than some of those other intentions that oftentimes can end up clouding the movement, can end up clouding the focus of what we're there to do. And was part of and am part of this beautiful resistance of Indigenous femmes and Two-Spirit folks and queers and young people. Trained thousands of people over the last 3 years. And in this little space in the woods out in northern Minnesota, right off the pipeline's route. This panel is about gendered injustice and how that's present in these fossil fuel spaces and the financiers behind the industry. I mean, I've been targeting the fossil fuel industry for years, both in the front lines, in the legislature, in the political sphere, in the legal sphere, in the financial sector, in every possible way, shape, and form that we can try to intervene and pull a lever. And what I've seen is there is a rise in women's leadership. This kind of like, I think, motto of women are the backbone of any movement, but in reality, what's I think I see really present is we are in a state of absolute urgency the world is burning around us. And we keep saying that the world is on fire, but it really is. You know, here in this territory where we have 10,000 lakes, and it's the place where the headwaters of the Mississippi River start. It's the Lake Superior. It's watersheds that touch 85% of the US water system. It's here. And this summer was skies filled with smoke from wildfires all around us. It was empty rivers because of a drought that is something that my grandparents have never seen, something that we've never experienced in this region. And to put on top of that, not only are the rivers empty and the lakes are drying up, you have a fossil fuel company that gets approved to extract 5 billion gallons of water from our watershed, suck out what's left to build their tar sands pipeline and bore underneath. Enbridge drilled 22 rivers here in the territory, cut scars through the forests and these untouched spaces. And it was painful and it hurt. And that call and the voice was led by women and led by femmes and led by two spirits. And what I saw was a intensity of understanding and knowing from young people, especially, that the time for talking and the time for posturing is not viable. We simply do not have enough time. And no matter how many IPCC reports come out, it doesn't seem like the decision makers seem to really understand that. You know, we're going to cancel Keystone XL, but we'll approve Line 3, and we'll also approve MVP, and we'll approve, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and we'll approve the creation of new fracking sites in other places. And we won't shut down Dakota Access Pipeline, even though it's illegally flowing, because business as usual is part of our economic infrastructure. Where is the economy of care? The economy of human beings who are well enough to work, human beings who have access to clean water and clean air and clean food, clean soil to grow food. It's not possible to continue on in the way that we are without paying serious consequences. And those consequences have been being paid by Black and brown bodies in the global South, by Black and brown bodies in impacted communities in North America, by communities of low wealth and the front lines of the sacrifice zones all over the world. Indigenous peoples are just 5% of the population, holding 80% of the biodiversity of what's left on the planet. We are out on these front lines because we have no choice. They are coming for the last places. They are coming for what remains. Our communities have often already experienced the pipeline, the mine, the frac site, the creosote deposit, the whatever it happens to be. And now these companies, because they are smart litigators, go through the treaty territory. So the rest of the territory, they go through the upstream, the downstream, the right next to the reservation boundaries, but still within the treaty territory. That is the story of the fossil fuel industry. And our elected leadership, at least the colonial elected leadership, just continues to, no matter what side of the coin it's on, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, continues on this refusal to acknowledge and respect Indigenous sovereignty, which means when we say no, it means no. That's what free, prior, and informed consent is. Withholding so much of the remaining biodiversity, how are we not present at the decision-making tables of how to solve climate crisis or how to at least address it? We hold that much biodiversity for a reason, because we never lost our connection to the land. We never lost our connection to recognizing that we cannot live without water. It's that simple. Water is life is not just a slogan. It's an understanding of our place in the universe and our place in the web of life. It's looking at the earth as a relative, not a resource. Yet we are brought in as the people to do a blessing for the space, the people to do a land acknowledgement, the people to provide some inspirational talk. And then when the actual solution making comes out, well, let's go back to the language of statistics. Let's go back to the language of science, because specifically westernized or so-called westernized science, because that's the only science that's respected. That language is a way to disconnect. It's a way to look at an issue and separate ourselves from the issue as if we are somehow separate from nature. We are not separate from nature, as we should have realized through the pandemic, when Mother Nature shut down the whole globe because she chose to. Yet we just don't seem to be learning those lessons. And so what I saw on the ground this last year especially was so many people from so many walks of life standing together, coming together under Indigenous women and Two-Spirit leadership, recognizing that maybe there's voices that need to be heard because the current modus operandi isn't working, that it's a system steeped in patriarchy and extractivism and individualism and economy that is at its heart destructive for all life. It comes at the cost of my life is worth more than yours. People were drawn into a different way of being and a different way of knowing and developing connectivity with the earth. We grow food. We are out harvesting wild rice, which is what we're trying to protect from these tar sands. We're out harvesting maple syrup, birch bark, looking at and reestablishing the umbilicus between ourselves and our mother. And then those people realizing, when I take this risk for the earth, I understand why I'm taking it. It's not just to be arrested. It's not just part of some larger campaign. It's something I can do, something substantive that I can do to at least try my hardest and give something to my grandchildren, give something to the generations to come. And it's not even the generations to come at this point. It's the young people. They are going to experience climate crisis at rates that we are not. And that is the truth. I can't tell you what it's like to look and see 20-year-olds chaining themselves to heavy equipment and crawling into pipelines and having their bodies lacerated because police are so brutal and ripping them out of these lines. These are people who are literally fighting for their lives. They are fighting for a chance at a future and doing so selflessly and facing how many felonies at this point, how many oppressive charges in the legal system on top of all the surveillance and counterinsurgency and intelligence and threats to our safety and our lives that have occurred during the course of this fight. The police who billed $2 million to an account that was paid for by Enbridge. And the blatant corporatocracy is very clear in this fight. And I think it sets a precedent that's quite frightening for the many fights to come, because it doesn't seem like they're changing their way of life anytime soon. But that's where we come in, right? We have to change it for them. And we do that by empowering each other. We do that by building our own communities that we want to see, by building the world that we want to see. Because even if we are past the point of no return, scientifically or whatever, don't we want to be part of building the best world that we possibly could and doing everything that we possibly can to hand off the best version of the world to our children? With that, I will say miigwech, and I appreciate the time in this space. And the financiers of the industry need oversight. It's that clear. I mean, and the subsidies for fossil fuels, create some sort of mechanisms that they already exist in other countries to have oversight of the financiers, but they're not here in the United States. And the United States and Canada specifically are running rampant with funding the fossil fuel industry and the expansion of fossil fuels around the globe. That is a reality. Yeah, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tara, for joining us. And we're putting links to GNU Collective in the chat. And continue to follow the work of Tara. And also, we've been putting links into the chat about the financial sector so that you can understand the links. And also just to really thank you, Tara. I mean, Tara's been on the front lines for years and years, and I just wanted to acknowledge the sacrifice of putting your body on the line and all of the young people, and how important that is to the movement. And the criminalization of land defenders must end. It's part of our call to action this week. It is completely egregious that women, two-spirit people standing up for their lives, for the web of life, for water, are being criminalized, damaged, tortured, and hurt by governments, by state police. It's companies. It's got to stop. So thank you for that and your leadership. And with that, I would like to turn to another incredible woman on the front line, Sharon Levine, the founder of Rise St. James. Sharon, we're so honored you could be with us today. Please go ahead, Sharon. Or did we lose? I saw there's a little technical error there. Is Sharon there?
Sharon is here, but we can't quite hear her yet. Let's see. It says we should.
Sharon, you might need to turn on your, unclick your mute so we could hear you.
It looks like it's not coming through right now.
Okay, I'm going to let you work on that, and let's go ahead and move the conversation to Dr. Adrienne Hollis. Thank you so much, Adrienne, for joining us. Let's go to Adrienne, and then we'll come back to Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me share my screen. I see I had access to that a minute ago. Okay, here we go. I won't talk for long. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. So thanks for the invitation. I should say that I am no longer the Senior Climate Justice and Health Scientist at the Union of Concerned Scientists. I'm the founder of Hollis Environmental Consulting, so as of August 31st. But my work there is still available. And as was said, I am Adrienne Hollis. I'm the great-granddaughter of Minnie Taylor and Pinky Taylor, the granddaughter of Lucille Taylor, and the daughter of Valerie Taylor Perkins. All descendants of slaves, and I honor them. I am currently in Prince George's County, Maryland, on stolen lands of the Mattaponic, the Patuxent, the Piscataway, the Mayone, the Pamunkey, and the Akakeek, past and present, and I honor them. So traditionally, my work is at the intersection of environmental justice, environmental racism, public health, and climate change issues, and on all other issues that affect communities of color and poor communities disproportionately. In that there are issues that are exacerbated by not only race, but gender. And so today I'm going to focus on race and gender related problems and from the fossil fuel industry. And as a part of that, a little bit about climate change, and I'll be moving pretty fast. I often talk about the syndemic or the syndemic problems, which exists when two or more disparities affect the same population at the same time and lead to adverse health effects. And so what we have been and continue to learn about here is that the syndemic that women, and particularly, but not only women of color, grapple with daily. And so I'll be talking about that. And this is just a graph showing that how important gender is when it comes to racism, race and place, poverty, climate change, and adverse effects of as it related to all of those entities. And so I'll be giving just short examples of all of those. But before I do that, I want to just do a little perspective on what we're dealing with in the United States. So this map is from 2019, and it shows the sources of US power plants, and the most prevalent here are in black and orange, black being coal and orange being natural gas. And I have a close-up. This is just looking at the fossil fuel site specifically, which the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions and pollution, of course, from human-made activities in the US are from burning fossil fuels for electricity. And as of 2019, there were more than 20,000 electric generators in the US. And compare that to 2017, when there were about 1,800 just natural gas powered electricity plants in the US. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. Now, we can't talk about any issues without talking about race and gender in relation to fossil fuels, by first acknowledging the role that historic racism played and where we as a people of color and as women are today. And so the underlying factors, systemic and structural racism against Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, against women and non-binary people, is affecting every aspect of our lives, from education to employment, from housing to healthcare, and from the food we eat and the water we drink to the air we breathe. And so I just have some diagrams here of slavery and on the right, and on restrictive covenants where people of color couldn't live. And this map in the middle is actually the area in which I currently live, in Prince George's County, Maryland. And then, of course, on the extreme right, upper right, you see just an example of redlining. All of these things have put disproportionately placed people at risk. Well, not even at risk, but in the path of contamination and effects of climate change. And so, in slavery, women were viewed as property and great for breeding more slaves, or for serving as nursemaids to other women's babies, white women's babies, or sexual slaves to the owners. And slavery, just so we know it quickly, isn't a thing of the past, but in reality, it's the reality for more than 40 million people around the globe. And it's about exploiting people, about trapping them for labor or some kind of service, such as sexual exploitation. And just to lift up Abinanti, the chief judge of the Yurok tribe and the first Native American woman to be admitted to the California State Bar, who said that attitudes towards Indigenous women today can be traced historically to the stealing of Indigenous children to work as indentured servants for white settlers through the Civil War, and the sending of thousands of Native American children to boarding schools for federal assimilation programs in the late 19th century. So I just wanted to, lift up issues around, structural racism. And when it comes to race and place, race is the most important predictor of a person living near contaminated air, water, and soil. But poverty also is a close second. And people of color, especially African-American people and poor people, are found to bear a disproportionately high burden of fossil fuel pollution, which we already know, across the United States. And nationally, over 17 million people live within 1 mile of an active oil or gas well. And that's more than the population of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Houston combined. And more than 6.1 million people live within 3 miles of the same air or gas refinery. And this is just a photo showing a frontline community that I visited in my work with communities in the past. So one of the things that I wanted to lift up, and I won't be talking about all the issues, so just know that there are so many confounding issues that we need to, learn about, some of which we'll be hearing about over the next few days, and we've already heard about. But I wanted to lift up one, and that's a number of them actually. This one is gender-based violence, and which disproportionately affects women not necessarily just women of color, but women and girls in general. And it's been linked to both natural disasters and emotional stress and loss, and with migration-related activities. And we need to recognize that. And according to the World Health Organization's recent report from March, 1 in 3 women, around 736 million women, are subjected to physical or sexual violence a year. And that's remained largely unchanged over the past decade. And it starts early. 1 in 4 young girls will have already experienced violence by a partner. And you know, that's important for us to recognize and realize. And we've been hearing some of these stories already. We know about missing or murdered indigenous women, which happens at a rate that's 10 times higher than other ethnicities. And it's the third leading cause of death for women. And it's not receiving the attention that it deserves. And also, when it comes to transgender or gender non-conforming people, in 2021 already, we've seen at least 36 deaths where people have been fatally shot or killed by other violent means. And we say at least because too often these stories go unreported or are misreported. And in previous years, the majority of these were people, were Black or Spanish-speaking transgender populations. So quickly, when I talk about poverty, which is one of the parts that I showed you earlier in my syndemic, according to the Census Bureau, of the 38 million people living in poverty 2 years ago, more than half of them were women. And we saw the effect that the coronavirus last year had on the population of people, and how people were pushed into poverty unexpectedly because they didn't have enough resources, or there weren't enough procedures in place to deal with the effects of the coronavirus. Over the last 10 or 20 years, the share of households that are headed by women, single women, increased from 17% to about 25%. And single mothers head over half of all low-income households. And these are likely to be women of color, and they usually live in poverty. More than any other population in the US, and they are also food insecure. So we need to keep that in mind. And what we also want to talk about is the gender discrimination that we see in women, and that it occurs most likely in more often in people who are poor. And that's usually about 30% versus 40, versus 40, I have so much I want to say, 14% of the population that is not considered to be living in poverty. And then when we talk about violence against women, again, I want to add that violence disproportionately affects women living in low and lower middle income countries. And an estimated 37% of women living in the poorest countries have experienced physical and or sexual intimate partner violence in their lives. And some of these countries have a prevalence as high as 1 or 2. And we also want to lift up the fact that children account for 44% of the global extreme poor, and poverty rates are highest among children, particularly among girls. And let's also add to this the danger of migration, and be that climate migration or forced migration, because of the dangers of living in a particular city, state, country. That has definitely been on the increase. LGBTQ women experience higher rates of poverty than cisgender straight women and men due to the intersections of discrimination based on gender, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression. So these are all part of the syndemic that women and femme or non-binary people are experiencing. And this is just a quick graph showing you the different ethnicities, groups, and you see that women are at a higher rates of poverty than men across almost all races and ethnicities, and they face higher rates of poverty than their male counterparts. So just to show you that quickly. This is a photo that I took in Houston, Texas, and you see in the background a facility that a fossil fuel facility, but in the front ground, that's an elementary school. And this is where children play every day in the shadow of these types of facilities. And this picture can be anywhere in the United States, really. It just happens to be in Houston, Texas. And because now I want to talk quickly about the adverse effects. I hope I have a little more time. The adverse health effects that people are exposed to.
Sorry, Dr. Adrienne Hollis, we are running really tight on time. So thank you. This is a wonderful, wonderful presentation, but just we need to also give time to Sharon to speak to. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
But go ahead and finish your closing comment. I just wanted to let you know you're very, very close to time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that there are a number of health effects that are experienced by children and women that are more susceptible to exposure to fossil fuel pollution than men, and asthma, a post-traumatic stress disorder, and depression, pregnancy issues. We've already heard about that. Low birth weight, premature infants. Women are more financially fragile than men. Most of that is because of the gender inequity. And hopefully what I've shown here is the intersectionality between all of these issues and other issues, and how people are exposed, are dealing with the gender syndemic on a daily basis. And that what we need is policies to adapt to climate change and improve the response to weather events, the response to the inequities that women feel. And so that, as we already know, women are leaders in this field. And what we need to do is step out of our silos and work together. Once we start addressing one of these issues, we start addressing the main issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that analysis. Really great work. And I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Sharon Levine, the founder of Rise St. James. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Thank you.
You unmuted yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Thank you. You made it. Yes.
Thank you.
Survive the technology. Let's go ahead and go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Sharon Levine, and I'm the founder and director of Rise St. James, a grassroots faith-based organization in St. James, founded on the West Bank in the 5th District where I live. When I first started with Rise St. James, I didn't know what was going on in my own community until I started to join an organization called HELP, Humanitarian Enterprise of Loving People. When I joined this organization, I learned about all of the industries that are in my neighborhood. I learned that we have 12 facilities. We have so many oil tanks that's in our area. And we had 9 on the East Bank of St. James Parish. And we have 7 left because 2 pulled out. One had to close down, and the other one, I think the other one just pulled out. But back in 2016, we started to learn more about this industry that was trying to come into the parish on the East Bank. It was called Wanwan, a plant from China. And during those times, at the meeting that I was attending, we talked about Wanwan and the effects that it would have on our community. And we talked about how many we had. And we talked about how we couldn't do anything about it. And the leaders in that organization, they were adamant about not fighting and nothing you could do. And they had that mindset that nothing could be done. And as I sat there for 2.5 years and listened to that crap, I didn't think people had minds like that. And in my mind, I always knew something could be done about something, especially if it's wrong. And so that's when we had a march in 2018, September 8, 2018, against Wanwan and against Formosa Plastics, because Formosa Plastics was announced to come into St. James. The governor announced it in April of 2018. So we convinced the organization to let's have a march about this industry and about the other industries. So they agreed to that. So we had that march, and it was productive. It was wonderful. I even wore a mask to demonstrate the pollution that we are breathing. And that was a success. So I asked them to let's do something else. Don't just stop at a march. We just can't do a march and just stop. We have to go forward with something. So they said no. So in October of that year, that's when we formed Rise St. James. And we asked them to join with Rise so we can have a bigger organization and fight these industries. They said no, because we couldn't win, because the governor approved this industry, and also that the politicians would vote it in. And they were so right. I didn't believe that until I saw for myself. When I went to the parish council meetings, hoping and praying that they would vote no for Formosa. All of them, they had 5 at the meeting, and all 5 of them voted yes. That was heartbreaking to me and to the community, because we didn't want that industry here. So we started to fight. We started to form coalition with the other organizations in Cancer Alley. So we teamed up with them and we formed a coalition, and we called it Coalition Against Death Alley. But over the years, I noticed a lot of people in St. James were sick of cancer, and a lot of them were dying of cancer. But we didn't connect the dots to industry until after I started joining with these organizations and started seeing that I was having issues about my own body. And in 2016, when I found out I had autoimmune hepatitis, it kind of scared me, because I only have one liver. And if I lose that liver, I'm gone. So it made me fight even harder. And it made me take another look at my own health and the health of the people in the community. Then we started organizing. We started educating the public to let them know what's going on in their own backyards. Some of the people are grateful that we formed Rise and that we're trying to save our community. And after COVID started, we had more people dying of COVID, and they're still dying. We just buried someone Saturday with cancer, and another young man with COVID, and another one with COVID. It's rapid. It's just going. So we're trying to protect ourselves. We're trying to take the vaccinations, and we're trying to stay healthy. And I know myself, I'm trying to eat right and try to stay healthy, because I need to continue with this fight. We're in the process of hiring new members, new people on staff, so we could have more help. We need to make these industries around us more accountable for what they are doing to us. When we had the Hurricane Ida came, I'm impacted right now. I'm not at my home. I can't live in my home. It's not livable. I haven't heard any more from the insurance company. We ordered a new roof for my home. Garcia Roofing is not coming through for me. So I'm not even staying at my own home. I'm 45 minutes away from my home. Then I have to go back every day to check on my home to see what's going on over there, and try to clean up and try to knock out the walls that are not good, get rid of the sheetrock, try to salvage the furniture that I have. It's hard, but in the meantime, industry is taking advantage of Hurricane Ida's, the impact that Hurricane Ida left with us. As the day after Hurricane Ida, I went around checking on the industries to see what's going on. There was a big oil spill. Marathon had the oil spilling all on the side of the big tanks. That same day, or the next day, I took pictures of it. I did videos of it. I even called EPA. They called me back, gave me a report number. Nothing else happened after that. And that oil spill stayed there for days. I went Saturday to check on that oil spill. They kind of wiped it up a little bit. And then American Styrenics, they've been polluting so much since the hurricane, even before the hurricane, but even more after the hurricane. The day after, we did live stream. We let people know what's going on. And I also call on the public officials, our parish council, all of our public officials in St. James. None of them respond. Not one tried to talk to the industry or to tell them to stop polluting us so bad. People pass in front of these industries, they wind up with sore throats, they wind up with headaches, all different types of ailments. And we in the process now of giving, doing some giveaways. And whenever we do our giveaways, we always do a flyer or something to let them know what's going on. Right now, we're letting them know about ethylene oxide and the effects of it. Ethylene oxide causes miscarriages. It causes cancer. It causes brain damage and damage to the nervous system. All of these things happening right here in St. James. None of our public officials tried to help Rise St. James to fight these industries. We have other organizations in St. James Parish. They won't even help. We asked NAACP to join with us to help us with this fight. They won't help us. So we have to do it ourselves. So in the meantime, we're trying to recruit more members to help us work on these issues. We're trying to find some type of scientist or something to evaluate the chemicals that's being emitted in the air. So, because they are telling us that it's not the chemicals that's making us sick. So we have to prove to them that it is the chemicals that's being emitted in the air that's making us sick. And the benzene that they're putting in our drinking water. We don't know how much more can we prove. They put it in the drinking water, it's there. So we're fighting all of these things. In spite of me being impacted, I'm still gonna fight. I was told I should leave it for a little while and just work on my home. Well, I plan to do both. I plan to do a little bit on my home and a little bit on this. And I plan to watch the industry even closer because they are taking advantage of us since we are down. They think that we are down and out, but we are still watching them. And our ministers in St. James, I spoke with them. They won't even help us because they receive gifts when they have their pastor's anniversary. They go to industry and invite them to the anniversary, and industry give them a little chunk of money. So they can't help us. So if you take from them, you have to be on their side. So Rise St. James, we're not gonna sell our community out. We're gonna continue to fight until the end. And we have people that want to join with us and want to help us, and we're so grateful. And we're so grateful that so many people are helping us after this hurricane, after Hurricane Ida. And in the meantime, we need you all to keep us in your prayers, and we will continue to fight, and we will keep you updated on what's going on. Sometimes we do live streams and we put articles in the paper. We're getting ready to write a letter to President Biden. I'm hoping I can visit with him the week of October 11th. I tried to talk to Al Gore to ask him to try to get me a meeting with President Biden. He came down here after Hurricane Ida, but he didn't come to St. James. Well, he went to the worst area, and that was St. John the Baptist in LaPlace. They had flooding. We didn't have flooding. So maybe I could speak with him when I go to DC the week of October 11th. And I will be speaking on October the 13th in front of the White House with my group of people that I'll be out there with. So I hope you all can join us. I don't know how, but I guess on Facebook or whatever they're going to set up for us. But maybe we can get the message to President Biden, and maybe he'll try to help us with this fight that we have, because our governor is not helping us. EPA is not helping us. So we're going to have to call on the President of the United States. Y'all say, let's go? Oh, okay. That's my daughter. So I'm so glad I was able to get on. I'm not at my house, so I'm on this laptop and it wasn't working. But now it's working, and I thank God it's working. But I want to thank you for having me, even though it's a trying time for me right now, but I'll speak with you all anytime you need me to speak to you all. And I want to thank you for having me.
Wow, thank you so much, Sharon. Also, for folks to know, Sharon won the Goldman Prize earlier this year. I wanted to congratulate you, and everyone who just listened to you can understand why. Sharon is a fighter, a leader in her community, and you know, we are deeply with you, our heart and mind top of line with you, and to know that WECAN will continue to support you. Sharon was central to the report we did that we've been putting in the chat about the gendered and racial impacts of the fossil fuel industry and those who are complicit in financing that work that is happening. So Stop Formosa is a key fight that we will stand with you on until the end. We deeply admire that even though you are in crisis yourself, you have not stopped your eyes from keeping on industry and this fight. We will be with you in the streets in Washington, D.C. in October, standing with you. And just so you know, WECAN is also working behind the scenes with the Biden administration for meetings to continue to advocate with all the different offices and agencies, letting them know of you and your work. And just to say, like we did at the beginning of this session, that the egregious human and indigenous rights violation happening all over the world, but right here in the United States of America has got to stop. And let's listen to Sharon, Tara, and Rosanna, and all of those women on the front lines who are leading this way. Their bodies are on the line, their health is on the line, and they are true heroes for all of us. So thank you deeply for your time. I wish we could go on, but we're running a little bit behind. I thank you to the next panel for your patience. Thank you for taking time with us in the middle of your hard work. And we send you our love and prayers to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. And I want to now start with the next session. Again, I deeply appreciate everyone's flexibility with time. These conversations are vital, and we're bringing people from all over the world together, and it's a flexible agenda, and we know that women and feminists and gender diverse communities can understand that. I want to welcome this wonderful panelist for the next session, Nourishing Systemic Change, Funding at the Nexus of Gender and Climate. And from this morning, you can tell without me saying a word why this must happen. We have seen far too much undervalued or unpaid labor of women, and particularly Black and Indigenous women and women of color and Two-Spirit relatives working in the climate and environmental sector, often leading intersectional movements and campaigning, but doing so unrecognized and on a shoestring budget. As we know, women and our gender diverse family are the backbone of many of our movements. So we really need to find the funds to center this critical work. And I just wanted to thank all of the panelists on this session for your vital work and leadership in this effort to change this unjust dynamic. It's deeply needed and appreciated. I'm really honored to invite Nina Simons, who is the co-founder and chief relationship strategist at Bioneers, who has worked on these issues for years and been leading women and teaching and guiding and having so much incredible input to this space. I've asked her to moderate this session, and I thank you to my dear friend and colleague, Nina. You have the floor. I think you might be on mute.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Osprey, and thank you, Ashley, and thank you to everyone from WECAN and to all the speakers and participants and partners in this summit. It's a real honor to be here, and thank you for hosting such a timely and vital and historic event. I'm going to introduce our topic as it's so near and dear to my heart and purpose. Having co-led Bioneers for 31 years, which we started in 1990 to help awaken people to the coming climate crisis and its intersections with social justice. And having worked devotedly with women's leadership, I'm deeply dedicated to this nexus. I'm also a member of 3 donor networks, as we have a small regranting fund. So the evolution of philanthropy toward greater distribution of authority and decision-making, honoring the knowledge of on-the-ground organizers and activists, to evolve beyond its patriarchal command and control and top-down conventions resonates deeply with me. I'll share a few basic statistics about why this nexus is so vital at this time and where funding for women and girls and for environment or climate justice currently stands as of the latest online research. And though it may be obvious to many of you attending, addressing the climate crisis through a justice lens is so necessary for any systemic approach, as we're facing the confluence of 4 corrupt and dying systems: patriarchy, capitalism, racism, and colonialism. Those who are first and most impacted are the most motivated and knowledgeable advocates and activists for change. According to the Chronicle of Philanthropy, a U.S. study by the Women's Philanthropy Institute from 2019 showed that charities dedicated to women and girls received only 1.6% of all charitable giving. Research by ClimateWorks on global giving related to climate change in 2019 revealed that less than 2% of global philanthropic giving then was dedicated to climate change mitigation. A 2014 report showed that only 0.2% of foundation funding focused explicitly on women and the environment. And though I don't have data to substantiate this, my observation is that a significant majority of climate justice leaders globally are women or gender non-binary people. I think it's important to note that the researchers who wrote Sex and World Peace suggest that gender bias is the deepest bias in the human psyche, deeper than faith, race, or any other. It's also worth noting what we're up against: multinational extractive industries with politicians in their pockets who are determined to get every last bit of oil, coal, and gas out of the earth, regardless of the costs. It's also worth noting that around the globe, as those industries move into a region, often into regions populated by indigenous peoples who are conservators of 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity, the women pay the largest price, as incidents of rape, domestic abuse, and sex trafficking increase dramatically. And of course, as you may have heard from Greta Thunberg, and as you likely know, setting future targets for lowering carbon emissions is a totally inadequate response. It's what we do now that matters. Our speakers today are tremendously accomplished women leading intersectional and systemic change from foundations operating all over the world. They'll speak about their work and describe some of the ways that they are innovating in terms of how funding happens through their organizations. I'll offer very brief intros for each of them, as our time today is so limited, but I'll encourage you to look them up on their website, and links will be posted in the chat to learn more about their biographies and organizations. And after their talks, we'll have a short discussion period. So if there are questions that arise for you during the presentations, please enter them concisely in the chat, and Osprey and the WECAN staff will help us to sort and select. So now I want to turn it over to Melanie Allen, who is the co-director of the Hive Fund on Turtle Island or the USA. Melanie, thank you so much. To you.
Nina, thank you for that introduction. And I just want to take a moment to thank the folks at WECAN and Osprey for the invitation. I am honored to be able to join and to be in conversation with so many other folks that I admire. My name is Melanie Allen. I am co-director of the Hive Fund for Climate and Gender Justice. And we're an intermediary fund, meaning that we raise money. So we talk to donors, have to write grants, but we also are in the space where we make grants. And so, we fund organizations that are resisting the immediate harms and threats, including polluting facilities and voter suppression and state violence, organizations that are transforming flawed lawmaking and fund legal systems, and then we fund folks that are doing the transcendent work of really building the world that we hope to inhabit when we move beyond this fossil fuel economy. And what I've learned from my time as someone who is working on the ground every day as a practitioner, and from someone who now sits in this seat in the in-between, but also in philanthropy, is that in philanthropy, we love the story that women and people of color are leading incredible and successful climate campaigns. We love the story. And, as a programmatic leader myself, I remember being invited to speak on foundation boards, to give keynotes at conferences, to do everything to make it appear that, these sectors were moving forward, that they were progressive, that money was flowing to Black, Indigenous, women, and femme-led organizations. And then, I would look at my budget or come to them for a grant and end up maybe being able to get $10,000 and turn around and find colleagues who were, white, who did not have the same track record that I had, that were male, who had not done what I had done, but were willing to take a chance on them. They had some sort of trust or belief that they could do that work. And so now that I'm at the High Fund, I have too many conversations, particularly with women of color in the Southeast of United States, which is where we focus our work, that have had that exact same experience. And so I've come to know that that's not personal. This is not a personal issue with me. This is not deficiency in our leaders. This is a systemic problem. We know that women, particularly women of color, gain a track record, enough traction and enough recognition to be invited to speak, to make people feel good. But that when we look at budgets, and because now I'm in this funding seat, I can look at budgets. I can say without a doubt, the excitement about our stories does not match the investment in our work. And so, I'm honored to talk to you all today about the High Fund, our approach to work, but also, the wonderful things that we're seeing in the field and what we can and must do together to make sure that we're resourcing, or I love the title of this panel, Nourishing Systemic Change in ways that it flourishes and grows. And, when I was thinking about what I was going to say today, I could take so many different tacks, but I know that there are folks who are going to cover other areas. And so I thought that I would just start with thinking and talking about our work as core work. I spend a lot of time talking to funders and a lot of time talking to donors. And what I hear is that they look at gender justice, they look at racial justice as something that's separate or something that can be achieved after we achieve climate goals. And at the High Fund, we believe that white supremacy, misogyny, and the extractive economic systems that make pollution possible, but also make it profitable, are intricately intertwined, and that we can't really solve one of these problems without solving them all together. And so when we fund what we call multi-solvers. If you look on our website, very few organizations have green or environment in their name. We fund frontline leaders who, are brought to the movement because of the impact on their community. And, what we've heard and what you all have seen from the data that Nina shared is that, there is a small trickle, if that pocket change is going towards these groups that are doing incredible work, that have really, if we look at the history of our movement, laid strategy and told us for 30 years that the way that we get our energy, that the way that we get our consumer goods, the way that we're getting our food is killing them. In what we've called historically environmental justice movement. I'm joining you from my home in North Carolina, where many people point to Warrenton and the work there before I was born. And so as we continue this work, just really, really honored to talk about how we can resource it differently and what it looks like. And what we know is that right now, organizations that are led by and prioritizing women of color in particular, are funded like they are icing on an already baked cake. Folks look around, philanthropic friends look around and see that they don't have a woman-led organization or a woman of color-led organization in their portfolio, and they have a few dollars left on the side, and that's how we get funded too often. And what we know is that women and femmes have been brilliant strategists and unrelenting advocates and activists on every issue and are at the forefront of our climate action. And we deserve to be more than just consolation grantees or afterthoughts. We deserve to be core grantees. And beyond that, we deserve to be co-strategists, helping to set the priorities and shape what's important. And so at the Hive Fund, we've been around for about 2 years. We're fairly new, but I'm thinking back to our early experience. Right when we were getting started, it was really important for us to bring together, frontline leaders who were working in the South on climate action. And so we brought them together and thought that we were going to come up with this brilliant, beautiful strategy about, how it was that we were going to move money differently and what that was going to look like. We brought folks together in Atlanta. We had a beautiful time. We did what we call a radical welcoming, which is just taking good care, loving up on our frontline leaders. And then we thought we were going to get to strategy. And there was a room filled with women who had been leading in their communities, who had felt so isolated and alone that we spent the first day and most of the second day literally just sharing stories. And what I look back on now is having the opportunity for leaders who have felt so isolated, so underfunded, and have been in just this cycle of scraping by to be heard and to say, that your work is valued. And once we got beyond that, ended up with values. This is what we're going to do. We're going to root our work in values. And one of our values is that, we don't do anything without grantee partners. We don't do anything without frontline leaders. And so,
Melanie, 1 minute.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Worked with us to shape, what our grant process looked like, what our application should look like. They helped us to develop that early on. And really that was the foreground for what we are calling our participatory decision-making working group and our participatory model, whereby each grant cycle, we work really, really closely with a group of frontline leaders, but also place-based leaders who understand the terrain in ways that we never could as, funders who may not live in that state. What happens in Georgia or in Louisiana, and shout out to Ms. Sharon Levine, one of our grantee partners, is different. And so they help us really, really shape our strategy, our overarching strategy and goals for each of our funding areas, but they also, set our grant funding strategy for each state. They help to approve that strategy and also, determine where our dollars are going to flow. So I'm excited to hear what, my colleagues are going to share. I believe that I am at time, but I'll just leave you with the fact that if we're going to do this differently, then we can't look at funding women and girls. We can't look at funding people of color-led organizations as separate. It's got to be core to what we do. And that means core general operating support and multi-year support.
Thank you so much, Melanie. That was super clear and compelling. And it's so true. Thank you for all you do. Our next speaker is Alejandra Halbin, who is the leader of the Women in Territory program from Urgent Action Fund International. She's coming to us from Colombia, and she's going to be speaking in Spanish. So you may want to press your interpretation button at the bottom if you need a translation. And with that, I want to welcome Alejandra, and thank you again, Melanie.
Thank you, Nina. Bueno, voy a hablar en español por una cuestión de justicia del lenguaje. Espero que esté adecuado para ustedes. Estaré atenta de la interpretación. Bueno, quiero agradecer también por la invitación a este espacio y celebrar la existencia de cada vez más espacios globales para dialogar sobre clima y ambiente desde el género y las mujeres, pues sabemos que no hay soluciones a la crisis climática sin justicia de género. Esta invitación nos llega a nombre de los Fondos Hermanos de Acción Urgente, lo que nosotros llamamos la Sisterhood. Entonces espero poder transmitirles brevemente qué es, cómo funcionamos y contarles sobre el trabajo específico que venimos realizando en torno al nexo entre género y ambiente desde nuestra experiencia en América Latina, centrada en esa experiencia. Bueno, la historia de los Fondos Hermanos empieza en la 4ª Conferencia Mundial sobre la Mujer en Beijing, buscando responder a una necesidad clave identificada por el movimiento. Conseguir financiamiento ágil, estratégico y directo para enfrentar contextos imprevistos y activar de manera rápida acciones para avanzar en las agendas del movimiento. Ahora somos 4 fondos hermanos, movidos por los mismos principios, pero con un accionar independiente. Está el fondo en África, el fondo en Asia-Pacífico, el fondo en Norteamérica, que apoya procesos en otras geografías, tales como Medio Oriente, y el fondo de América Latina y el Caribe hispanohablante, en el que estoy yo. Nuestro trabajo desde entonces continúa respondiendo a las necesidades del movimiento. Escuchamos y actuamos con las defensoras y les activistas. Somos también activistas feministas y co-creamos filantropía feminista junto a nuestros equipos, nuestras aliadas, juntas directivas, consultoras y donantes. No tenemos líneas estrictas de financiamiento como otros sectores de la cooperación, pues apostamos por la autonomía de las organizaciones, centrando su agencia en nuestra práctica. Y en un mundo de contextos cambiantes y crisis políticas, sociales y económicas que se sobreponen, respondemos a los contextos con flexibilidad, atendiendo a las reflexiones contextualizadas de los activistas. Confiamos en la necesidad de contextualizar. Es por esto que el modelo de financiamiento cambia de fondo hermano a fondo hermano. Nos enraizamos en nuestras regiones, lo que nos da una gran fortaleza para apoyar a las comunidades con coherencia y corresponsabilidad. Somos receptoras de recursos a la vez que somos donantes, así que conocemos, entendemos y cuestionamos las relaciones de poder que operan en la filantropía. Apostamos por un modelo filantrópico y una cultura de compartir el poder, resharing power, en lugar de imponer el poder. Apoyamos la transformación sistémica por lo que apoyamos y por cómo lo apoyamos. No estaríamos nutriendo el cambio sistémico a través de nuestro financiamiento si no nos estuviéramos cuestionando las propias lógicas de poder dentro del mismo. Lo que me lleva a nuestro último principio. Nuestra ética política está enraizada en el cuidado y en la protección colectivas. Sabemos que el activismo atraviesa nuestros cuerpos expresándose de maneras poderosas, creativas y creadoras, pero también sabemos que las mujeres defensoras de derechos y activistas enfrentan situaciones de riesgo que atraviesan sus cuerpos y sus vidas, generando impactos diversos en su salud física, mental, emocional y en su bienestar. El cuidado en este contexto lo consideramos un acto político, donde lo personal es político y donde el cuidado y la protección tienen una dimensión colectiva, con lo organizativo, con lo comunitario, con lo familiar y también con la relación de interdependencia que tenemos con el ambiente y con el territorio, con los bienes naturales y con los demás seres vivos. Como fondos de acción urgente trabajamos con el alma y apoyamos el poder transformador de las mujeres. Como respondemos a situaciones urgentes e inesperadas que viven las y les activistas, y como actuamos ante todo desde el este y el sur global, el nexo entre género y justicia climática se ha presentado de manera espontánea. Muchas defensoras del territorio en América Latina hablan del cuerpo tierra y el cuerpo territorio, porque la tierra es un organismo vivo, en cuyo cuerpo vivimos y que tiene una relación directa con nuestro propio cuerpo. Ellas relacionan las afectaciones de los extractivismos en la tierra con las afectaciones que viven en sus propios cuerpos. No están separadas, hacen parte de los territorios. Nosotras, como donantes y como aliadas, como activistas, entendemos que la justicia ambiental es urgente. Apoyamos a las mujeres y activistas que están en la primera línea enfrentando la depredación del sistema extractivista actual. Un modelo que no solo irrespeta los límites ecológicos de la tierra que nos permite la vida, sino que violenta y despoja a la diversidad de comunidades y pueblos que son el fruto de miles de años de convivencia y conocimiento de los territorios. América Latina continúa siendo la región más peligrosa del mundo para defender el territorio. Una vez más lo indica el informe de Global Witness, Defender el Mañana, que este año está enfocado en la crisis climática y los defensores ambientales. Ellas, ellos, ellas están luchando por no ver morir a sus ríos, a sus cultivos, a los animales, a su gente. Están luchando por la pervivencia en sus tierras y la pervivencia de sus identidades y culturas. Es una lucha por el sostenimiento de la vida, donde las mujeres sufren los mayores impactos y a la vez tienen un protagonismo y una fuerza increíble a la que debemos escuchar si queremos procurar superar esta crisis. Las manifestaciones del cambio climático, así como los riesgos que enfrentan los defensores ambientales, son interseccionales. Están atravesadas por desigualdades en clave de raza, género y clase. Podemos entonces hablar de racismo ambiental, de sexismo ambiental y de la crisis climática que tienen que enfrentar de manera particular las comunidades empobrecidas. Por eso nos parece importante poner la pregunta, ¿qué significa hablar de cambio climático desde el sur? La necesidad de politizar y contextualizar conceptos nos ha llevado a analizar con lupa los discursos en torno al cambio climático y a sus posibles soluciones, bajo la premisa de que no podemos hablar de soluciones al cambio climático sin justicia social, sin justicia de género, sin justicia racial. Nos preocupan profundamente las falsas soluciones que se plantean como salida al cambio climático y la falta de compromiso de los países, especialmente del norte global, para revisar su ritmo de consumo.
Alejandro. 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aunque los sujetos feminizados, racializados y empobrecidos están encabezando la lucha por la vida frente al deterioro ambiental y están proponiendo y poniendo en práctica alternativas concretas en los territorios, continúan teniendo obstáculos en su participación frente a las decisiones territoriales y están sufriendo amenazas y riesgos que atentan contra su vida y su bienestar. De ahí la necesidad de reconocer la autonomía de las organizaciones, responder a sus contextos y necesidades concretas desde una perspectiva interseccional y un análisis crítico del modelo geopolítico, productivo y de consumo. Abordar las brechas reproducidas históricamente en la vida y los cuerpos de las mujeres, sujetos racializados y minorías étnicas. Reconocer los obstáculos que tienen las comunidades para garantizar sus derechos humanos básicos y su autodeterminación territorial. Reconocer los sistemas operantes de racismo, respetar y reconocer los conocimientos tradicionales y el saber hacer de las comunidades en los territorios. Continuar financiando el nexo entre género y justicia ambiental y climática desde la autonomía de las mujeres y desde las alternativas locales, y garantizar un financiamiento específico dedicado a las prácticas de cuidado y protección colectivas para las defensoras del medio ambiente y sus comunidades, que se manifiestan como alternativas concretas de cuidado y de sostenimiento de la vida desde el territorio. Nosotras decimos que apoyar el poder transformador de las mujeres es apoyar la transformación sistémica.
Thank you, Alejandra. That was extraordinary, and you spoke so beautifully to the nexus of women, people, beings, and land. Thank you for your contextual overview, for your dedication, and for your work. Thank you. It's an honor to meet you. And next up, we have Sandile Ndelu, who is the interim co-manager, communications and advocacy lead for FRIDA, which is the Young Feminist Fund. And she is typically based in South Africa, but coming to us from Los Angeles this day. Sandile, so grateful to have you here.
Thank you so much, Nina, and thank you so much to the comrades at WECAN for creating and holding this important and timely space. And so, as Nina mentioned, I am from FRIDA, the Young Feminist Fund, and we are a youth-led fund which is dedicated to resourcing girls, young women, intersex, and trans youth. We are very proud to currently have exactly 245 young feminist groups, grantee partners that are currently a part of our portfolio, and who tackle systems of oppression and subjugation in incredibly deep and intersectional ways. And this is essentially going to be the basis of what I'm going to share with you today. I'm going to briefly perhaps speak about our funding model, right? That is how we go about resourcing these deeply intersectional young feminist collectives, predominantly in the global South. I'll then go on to connect this to the general learnings that we've gathered from these young feminist collectives. And then finally, I will end off with perhaps providing you with some case studies of some of the projects that we have resourced and that we've sort of held a space for within the FRIDA community. So first, our funding model. And so one of the most important things that that characterizes the way that we move resources to young feminist organizations in the global South is flexibility. We take seriously that young feminist collectives and activists in the global South are best placed to know where to spend the resources that come into their hands and how to spend the resources that come into their hands. And so unlike a lot of our folks in the philanthropic sector, we don't care that much for the specifics or the specificity of the projects that young feminist collectives are engaged in. We trust them and we believe that they know best. And from that comes up this principle of flexibility. Once they receive the resources, they are able to continuously assess and reassess their own political realities on the ground and determine where those resources are to go at a particular political, socio-political moment. In addition to this, we're committed to providing core resources to young feminist collectives in the global South. And this again provides a sense of power and a sense of autonomy to these young feminist collectives as they do the important work of pushing back in very intersectional ways against interlapping and interconnecting injustices that they face. We're also committed to continuous or multi-year grants. And this sort of gives a breathing space, particularly considering that the vast majority of young feminist collectives organize themselves in ways that are very vibrant and cannot be tied down to sort of the work can't be sort of planned according to one financial year. And so we're really committed to resourcing young feminist groups in a continuous way for the long term. And this particularly is relevant for those young feminist organizations, for example, who for one reason or another decide to not be registered or incorporated in a particular jurisdiction, having the security of a multi-year grant provides them with the ability to dream and dream big without feeling like they have to sort of rework their ambitions for justice in order to fit into very limited conceptions of time. We're also committed to a participatory form of grant making. And so we believe once more that the young feminists who are doing the work on a daily basis on the ground know best what is required in their community. And so in deciding where resources go, the very little resources, as Nina mentioned earlier on, that are available in the sector we share that power with the groups themselves. And this creates sort of a communal or collective accountability for the strategy and for the direction of the globalized feminist and eco-feminist movement. And so the young feminist grantee partners, applicants are essentially decide who is resourced in a particular cycle. In addition to this, we inculcate a sense of participation by operating through a system of advisors. And so young feminists in all their diversity sit on advisory panels for us, which help us think through, continuously reflect on the thematic dimensions of the global young feminist movement. And these advisors have been really important to shaping our strategy, and they've also been really important in terms of assisting us with getting a bird's eye view of what's actually happening on the ground. And so our funding ethos that I've just shared, I think is primarily based on our understanding of the power asymmetries that exist within the donor space, but also within the feminist movement generally and the environmental justice movement generally. If feminists are in general find that moving the movement in a particular direction is difficult because of the powers that be, young feminists even more so. And so our role has really been to find ways to lift up the voices of young feminists, to lift up the experiences of young feminists, both within generally, but also within this feminist movement, the globalized feminist movement specifically. And maybe just to move and maybe just pointing towards the new innovative ways in which young feminists are tackling the major issues of our time, including climate justice, in very creative ways. And I'm going to spend perhaps the last 30 seconds of this maybe just noting or listing some of the ways in which we've done this. And so if a couple of years ago, we hosted or sort of incubated what we call the Young Feminist Climate Justice Storytelling Project, which allowed young feminists in all of their diversity to articulate in their words, their experiences at the intersection of climate justice and gender justice, and their dreams for a gender just and climate just future. We've also resourced in the past. We've also hosted a fellowship, the Climate and Environmental Justice Media Fellowship, where young journalists and young writers were able to have the space and time to think about the issues of climate and environmental justice, as well as gender justice and how they intersect, and populate those within the popular media. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the questions that will emerge from this discussion.
Sandile, thank you so much. And the way that you've articulated adding ageism onto the nexus of women, environment, climate justice, funding, and young feminists is incredibly important and deeply inspiring. So thank you so much for that work and for sharing it so clearly. Next up is Tamara Tolles O'Loughlin. And Tamara is the president and CEO of the Environmental Grantmakers Association, which is based in Turtle Island in the USA. Tamara, I'm so delighted to welcome you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. I am from Brooklyn, New York, which means I talk fast and I talk low. So I bought some information because I'm like a brown paper bag. I'm very dense. So just so that for the visual learners and the audio learners, there'll be two things happening at once. So I wanted to first thank all the incredible humans that I have the pleasure of being on this panel with. I want to thank Osprey and Women's Earth and Climate Action Network. I want to thank Nina for moderating. I want to thank my home family that sponsored me, the Green Leadership Trust and the Environmental Grantmakers Association, for its membership as being two safe places to practice this work, not just talk about it. And then I want to thank the Feminist Green New Deal Coalition for being a really live space where we start to take apart where gender, justice, and climate come together. And I can assure you, if there weren't a bunch of feminists getting together to talk about it, nobody else would. So I just wanted to start there. And where I come from, you don't come into a space without letting people know who you are and where you're coming from. So I wanted to share this really like quick snippet of these are my values, these are my frameworks, and these are the places where I go to try to figure out whether or not I have the right or the responsibility to step into a space and to speak my mind. A little bit about that, my goal in this space and in every space I'm in is to figure out what are the strategic accountable interventions that we can do, that we can pull off together for global anti-racist celebratory climate action. If it's not fun, it's just work. A good friend of mine that you will hear from later on, Adrian Hollis, who is often found with Vernice Miller-Travis, have warned me more than once to make sure that I'm having a good time. Otherwise, no one else is going to be doing the same. So I just want to lift up those virtues and that family as we move into this discussion. So as the new CEO and president of the Environmental Grantmakers Association, we do not give away money. What we do is coalesce a ton of folks who do that. And in some ways, it has been explained to me by the incredible board that brought me to this place, that it's the room before the room, it's the staging area. And a lot of that work is about making sure that the folks whose money is in the room at least have a sense of what the map is. As we all know, the map is not the territory, but if we don't even start with the right premises, there's no chance the money will land where it's supposed to go. So in my work, I'm going to talk a little bit about what I might be moving that group towards, along with incredible folks in this space, including Melanie Allen, who's on this panel, in doing just that work. So my theory of why it's worth getting out of bed when, as a woman showing up in a Black woman's body, there's not a ton of reasons in the US to get up every day feeling great, except that my skin looks so good in the sun, that I want to get up and talk to people about the idea that our everyday experience of climate is not an accident. This stuff was built just like this. It's a design problem that will deliver us on schedule to a degraded planet full of entirely exhausted people if we let it run the course that it's currently on. And to change that, we have to engage in total redesign. That means we have to undo some stuff, and shows up as new agreements, a practice of continual truth telling, and care and repair on repeat over and over again, because doing it once doesn't mean we're not putting other people in harm's way. So I wanted to bring some of that context and lifting up Turtle Island and the the idea that our domestic population only has 13.2% of people who identify as African Americans, and most of them live in toxic exposure, pollution, and are zoned into sacrifice. That is not a thing that we ask for. It is the design of the relationships that we are born into. 51% of the domestic population of Turtle Island is women, and 52% of all African Americans are women. So when I open my mouth, I'm speaking for a pretty large majority of people with disparate opinions. Further, that context involves flagging that of that really small number of African Americans in this country, 1 million of us live within half a mile of polluting, leaking natural gas facilities. A whole other 1 million of us live and are facing disparate cancer risk, which the last panel involved a really strong community doing great work on behalf of millions of other people who shouldn't have to make these choices. African Americans, as small as we are in this population, are 75% more likely than almost everyone else to be being poisoned as a function of waking up and walking around and going to our jobs and connecting with other people because our lives are not deemed as valuable, which you can see in the budgets of every industry. To further add some context to that, a really great report that just came out last week called Mismatched People, Philanthropy's Response to the Call for Racial Justice threw down some pretty interesting statistics that while there has been a five-fold increase in the number of foundations that are investing in racial equity, that still hasn't amounted to more than 2% of funding. So 5 times 0 is 0, 5 times 1 is 5. So while we can applaud it, we still have to ask a lot of questions. And only 1% of even that money goes to the work of building power, which is what we need. Most of it goes to education. It's important for us to have conversations about how we got here. But if you ask people who are being harmed, they can tell you how they got here. What we need to be demanding is more money that supports power building, redistribution of benefits, putting people in a position where they are agents of change, not just optics of change. So I just wanted to lift up some of those important things as we talk about this conversation. In the context of Turtle Island, all things are not equal, nor have they ever been from day one to now. This is the chain of work from the Indian Removal Act to the GI Bill and racially restrictive covenants. The place that I am sitting right now in my home, I could not have owned in 1985 because as a Black woman, I would not have been allowed to under the color of the law. So we are not in a past problem, we're in a present problem. And so I wanted to lift up that as we talk about how long it will take to make change, we should recognize we haven't been at the business of change for very long. And so we need to really sit in that context when we think about how much of the design has been against where we're trying to go now, just to help all of us who are in this work have some context about why it feels like this. So we're going uphill. So my plan for working with all of you and all of the places where you are to make this change is to recognize that the redesign isn't scary. It's what's happened every time we've come to a place where there are 3 or 4 generations at the workplace of women, of men, of people in different bodies trying to push for a future that they see themselves in. It's time for new modalities and redesign. It's time to shift power and to share power, to operate in a new paradigm that recognizes that people's expertise and language and leadership styles and ongoing stewardship is a source of power. And also recognizing that as we move a lot of money, which is what we're here to do, it will be an inadequate form of compensation. It won't bring back children who are gone too soon, or elders who did not live their entire lives, or people who were sick every moment until they died. But it is a head start on making sure the next generation doesn't have these same battles to fight. Recognizing restorative justice, and in the climate context, that's not a different thing. If you ever see me anywhere, there are no 2 words I like more than climate reparations. I like it more than free food. So let me tell you why we need to talk about this is because it isn't just recognizing the harm, talking about it, or having an emotional response, but moving people and money to solve problems and constantly measuring who's been harmed. So
half a minute, Tamara.
Thank you. What am I after? The Black climate agenda, which is everything that must be done to make sure that there are Black people in the future, full stop. Here are really great places where you can talk to other people who are doing that work, who should be funded, resourced, and supported to continue doing it. And at the end of the day, this work is systemic. It will take all of us acting in our various capacities. And I am a part of that work, same as you. So I just wanted to flag that the question of whether or not moving a Black woman, an intersex human into the space, whether that alone is enough change, the short answer is no. The revolution must be resourced. It's time for us to trust the people who our lives depend on and then resource them accordingly. Thank you so much for the time, and I look forward to this conversation.
Wow, Tamara, thank you so much. That was just so brilliant and sweeping, and I really greatly appreciate your analysis and your design implications. And now I want to introduce Justin Winters, who is co-founder and executive director of One Earth in Turtle Island, USA. And then we'll all get to have some conversation together. So Justin, are you here and ready?
I am. Thanks, Nina.
Great.
First off, it's such an honor to be part of this. This gathering represents such an incredible network of women that I hold in such high regard, and just being in conversation with all of you and having the opportunity to listen to you is really an honor. So thank you for having me here. I'm going to share a couple of screens just because I'm going to try to walk you through some of our work that is easier to understand visually represented. So give me one moment to pull this up. So first off, I'm Justin Winters. I'm co-founder and executive director of an organization called One Earth, where we use science, inspiring media, and an innovative kind of creative approach to philanthropy to drive and scale collective action to solve the climate crisis. One of the first things that we've kind of offered up to this space and have been involved in is driving innovative science. Science that could really give us clear answers to complex questions, such as, can we solve the climate crisis? What is it going to take? What's the goal line? Can we solve the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis at the same time? What is nature's role in solving the climate crisis? So a good 3 years ago, actually, we started a scope of work working with a network of over 17 leading scientists, climate experts, many of them authors from the IPCC reports, and funded and spearheaded basically a climate model. This was published in 2019 by Springer Nature. To this day, it is the most groundbreaking climate model out there. And what the top line and the most important thing to take away from this climate model is that we can solve the climate crisis. We can achieve a world of no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius rise. And we can do that with existing technologies and nature-based climate solutions. And so what's so important about that line is something that other people spoke to today, which is kind of this focus on silver bullet technologies, things like direct air capture, geoengineering, which a lot of folks with a lot of resources are kind of relying on and investing in versus getting the resources where all of us want them to go. So, this piece of science is important because it proves and it shows us that we can get there. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. It also kind of gave birth to a lot of clarity around the three core things that we need to achieve globally in order to solve the climate crisis and ensure that global temperature rise doesn't go above 1.5 degrees C, and in fact, even gets lower than that. The first thing we need to do is transition to 100% renewable energy. The second piece is protecting and restoring 50% of the world's lands and oceans. And then the third piece is transitioning away from industrial scale toxic agriculture to regenerative farming. So there's a simplicity in this model that is backed by science that we're really using to kind of galvanize and inspire people into action and to drive resources to where they really need to go to efforts on the front lines. The next piece of science I wanted to briefly speak to is that second pillar, the roadmap of the 50% that we need to protect and restore. So again, this was a pretty massive effort with 40 different leading conservation experts, scientists. Our question was, if we know we need to, what is the roadmap of nature that we need to protect and restore to both solve the climate crisis and ensure that we protect biodiversity, and ultimately so that all human life can be supported on this planet going forward. So this was another 2-year effort. Last fall around this time, it was published in Science Advances. It's the global safety net of nature that we need to protect and restore. Interestingly, this is not the 50% is a global goal, but every region, every state, every country is very different in the amount of intact lands that are there, in the density of biodiversity, the density of carbon storage. Not certainly one size does not fit all. For example, in France, the goal line there, backed by science, is 30%. That is certainly not the case in the Amazon, where if we only protected and restored 30% of the Amazon, it would be game over for all of humanity. For the Amazon, it's more like 80 to 85%. And we can, of course, provide links to explore this more. We built an app with Google Earth Engine called globalsafetynet.app that allows everybody across the movement to kind of zoom in and zoom out and understand the different layers that went into this and what the goals are for different regions, countries, and areas around the world. One thing that's incredibly important to point out is that 1/3 of the lands that were identified by the Global Safety Net as being essential to solving the climate crisis are communally held by Indigenous peoples, which shows how absolutely critical it is to safeguard territorial rights for these communities. It really holds up the need to basically redefine conservation, restoration, and really do it in a way that is Indigenous led, frankly. Another thing to just point out as an interesting stat from this is that 45% of the world's terrestrial carbon is on Indigenous lands. Again, just underpinning just how important shifting to Indigenous led conservation restoration efforts is so critical. And this is just a kind of a rotating view that shows you the global safety net. There's opportunities for everybody to dive in and really experience the app and understand what this all looks like. One thing to point out as you're looking at this is the veins that you see connecting different parcels of lands represent a huge opportunity for restoration, very strategic restoration done with local communities, identifying the opportunity for corridors to be created between isolated pieces of habitat. And that is absolutely critical to ensuring that biodiversity and our forests and all of our different ecosystems actually continue to thrive. Wildlife biodiversity cannot exist or thrive in isolated pockets of habitat. Moving on from that, just to kind of underpin something that Nina had shared, is this stat around the lack of philanthropic capital going to climate and environment. This has been a thorn in my side for 15 years. It is absolutely ludicrous that so little resources go to climate environment issues. And just to add on top of the 2% piece.
1 minute, Justin.
Okay, only a quarter of those resources end up reaching on the ground frontline efforts. I mean, this to me, and this is what we're here to do at One Earth, and I certainly don't have enough time to share everything with you folks, but we see this, our mission is to change that statistic. There is no reason that just 2% of global philanthropy goes to climate and environment. It is not okay. And we see it as a huge opportunity to shift the game if we get resources to the groups on the ground that are doing this work. As such, we've created something called the Project Marketplace on our website, which everybody can visit, where we are working through a broad network of grassroots leaders to identify on the ground efforts that are working across those 3 pillars that I mentioned. So grassroots, community-led, indigenous-led, BIPOC-led projects that are implementing the solutions that we need right now. And so this is, when you consider that 70% of philanthropic dollars come from individuals, and many of those individuals who don't have significant resources but want to be part of resourcing the solution, there's a huge opportunity to work with this vast network of people that are here with us today to really hold up and give visibility to these projects and these efforts. It's through this type of collective action that we are actually going to solve the problem that we face. And most of that work needs to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And philanthropy has to play a role in this. The last thing to point out just to this group, because I would love everybody to kind of join us in this effort, is next year we are launching a campaign called Daughters for Earth. It's a campaign and a fund. It's underpinned by a core commitment made by philanthropist Jody Allen. I'm co-designing it with feminist activist Zainab Selby and humanitarian, and a big network of incredible female leaders from around the world. Our commitment is to get to scale up. At least our first goal line is to raise $100 million and get it to efforts on the ground around the world of women-led efforts to protect and restore the earth. We're using inspiration. We're also challenging folks to step up and meet this need. So I'll stop there because I want to leave room for conversation, but just a few things to share about what we're up to at One Earth. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Justin. It's an awesome overview and phenomenal, the scope of what you're wrapping your arms around and the ways that you're building bridges to translate among scientists, policymakers, and to mobilize on the ground action. We don't have very much time left, but we have about 5 minutes. And so what I want to suggest is that in the sequence that we invited you to speak, we offer each woman a minute to say what's most unedited on your heart, mind, what you wish you might have said. What do you want to say to this group who are gathered with so much intention and devotion to address these issues that we care so deeply about? Melanie, you want to start us off? I'm going to wave when you're at a minute.
All right. Well, thank you again. And so much has been said by my esteemed colleagues. I mean, I think two things that I would leave folks with is that this is possible. We see every day women with scant resources winning up against like the best financed foe in the history of the world. And so we know that they can do a lot more with more resources. And so, you know, I think that I'd leave folks with this is possible. And the other thing that I would leave folks with is that in addition to funding, whatever you're funding, it is climate work. Climate work crosses all boundaries. It is every job. It amplifies any issue that you're working on. And so wherever you are, wherever you're funding, there's climate work to be done there. And so, you know, just invite you to be in conversation with the folks here or with other folks who you know to help make those connections, because we need you and we need climate folks on every front line, and we need folks from every front line focused on and working on climate.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Alejandra.
Thank you. I'll speak in English so you don't have to turn 1 minute in interpretation. I wanted to take an alert, raise an alert for being aware of false solutions. There are many false solutions trying to pick up on climate change, and there with no absolute transformation of the extractive model, of the predator model. And also philanthropy has a really important paper in this. So that's an alert I just wanted to super highlight. And again, saying that transformative power of women is essential to transform the system that is creating this climate crisis and is essential for the future of the planet.
Thank you so much, Alejandra. And I so appreciate your cautionary note, especially all these economic false solutions that are just horrifying and really only designed to perpetuate more money to the elites. So next, Sandile.
Thank you, Nina. I think something that I've been thinking a lot recently is the role that the funding world can play in being connective tissue and ensuring that we're able to connect the movement and be that space where the movement can meet and sort of, as this panel is so appropriately titled, to nourish the movement. And so what can we do as a funding community to make that happen, so that as those folks who are mobilizing to push back on the direction in which we're trying to go, that we also are able to stay the course for as long as possible and be more resilient in our number. And I think we should always remember that we are the majority, and we should never forget that. I think sometimes we forget that we actually are in the majority. And I think there's a special role that funders can play in awakening that majority and helping organize it so that we're able to better respond as a collective to this onslaught. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandile. It's so true. And connective tissue and building the field, really, field building is what's needed as well. Tamara. Milady, thank you.
Yeah, I will quickly say that however you felt when you first realized that COVID wasn't going anywhere, whoever you wanted to help, you need to start there. The people who you cannot live without are the people for whom you need to take that energy and transfer it to as many other groups as are outside of that group. Because if you're only fighting with intensity for the folks you know best, the folks you are closest to, you are failing the work in a major way. And on that note, I will say the resourcing of Black women is one of the most radical things you can do anywhere. As a climate person, as a person who's a technical climate energy solutionary, let me tell you, climate Twitter never gets quieter than when I ask people to show up for Black women. So I just want to flag that, like, deep allyship is worth more than money, because there are moments in your life when you're born and you die and there's no amount of money that's going to deliver you from it. But relationships will help you out. So invest deeply in those relationships and then resource accordingly.
Thank you. That was so wise and so clear. And Justin, want to take us home?
Sure. I'll do my best. I guess I wanted to share that I've come at this work from such a unique perspective of when I was running and building the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. We had a global mandate, which is still the same mandate that we have at One Earth. And it was really special to be tapped into and to build relationship with and be in conversation with change makers all over the world, many of them women. That knowledge, those relationships gave me such a sense of positivity about what we could do together collectively and what collective action looks like. It actually took a visual form in my head that there was this global safety net of change makers around the world who are kicking ass. They are fighting incredibly strong old systems that are racist, that are unjust, that are maddening. But they are also paving the way forward. And they represent the opportunity, if they are resourced and supported and seen and heard and respected and supported, they can build this really incredible future. And that is what we're here to help be a part of. And it is just such an honor to know everybody. And I hope that we can kind of invoke that sense of incredible leadership around the world and the action that is happening on the ground all over. Because I can see in my mind's eye what that future looks like.
Yeah. Well, I can feel it in my bones after listening to each of you and sensing the networks of women and gender fluid people who are leading this work all over the world. And I'm so, so grateful for each of your work. And may the force be with us. May abundant resources flow. And thank you again. So, so grateful. To Osprey, I think.
Thank you so much, Nina, for guiding us through this and moderating, and to all the presenters. This was an awesome panel. And, we wanted to bring this conversation into this 6-day global assembly because, the fact is women Two-spirit people, queer people, gender diverse people are leading these movements. And we really need to ensure that Indigenous, Black, and Brown leaders are funded. I mean, we are doing the work. The work is being done. And if we're really going to meet the crisis and the emergency that we've been talking about for several days and will continue to, time is short. So I want to lift up all of the presenters on this panel because you are the ones who are directing philanthropy right now. You are on the front lines of that economic movement. And I really want to thank you because that effort is key. You know, we can't just run on, you know, empty air. We need to run on real funds and real resourcing to the front lines. And that's what you're doing. And I thank you so deeply for your efforts and all the incredible mechanisms and strategies that you presented today so that we can really get money to the front lines, because that economic injustice is part of the dismantling process we're in to then generate the vision and future we all know is possible. So thank you so much, and send my deepest love to all of you. We're going to move to our next panel. Thank you again, Nina, for your gracious work in moderating.
My joy.
And welcome everyone who is now joining as our new set of speakers. And again, I thank you everyone for being with us as we've been a little bit flexible with time today. These conversations are rich, and I appreciate everyone's patience and understanding as we work with these Western time clocks. So with that, I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the panel, Regenerative and Just Energy for All. Thank you all for your incredible work and leadership in this other key area that we must address. As we've been discussing over the past days in the Assembly, the climate crisis is also an issue of justice, equity, and power, upheld by legacies of colonialism, white supremacy, unjust economic structures, and patriarchy. Fossil fuels account for the majority of greenhouse gas emissions contributing to climate change. Therefore, we need to transition to 100% renewable, regenerative energy immediately. And we know that we can, and we know that it's financially possible, and that we have the instruments to do so and the technology to do so. However, we also need to transform the structures of power that preside over our energy system to ensure that there is a just transition to a democratic and cooperative energy economy. Communities need to be included and have power over their energy systems. And one of the things that's blocking this change is because it means that corporations are going to need to hand over power and give power to communities, and communities are claiming that more and more. So let's not pretend we don't understand that there's been a block that's part of all of the oppressive systems we've been talking about. So I really look forward to this important discussion about the just energy transition, and I'll be introducing the speakers in the order that they are presenting. And we're so honored to have you all here with us today. First, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Aya Takin Askarova. She's the founder of Indigenous Global LLC. She's from Azerbaijan, and we're really glad to have you with us. We will then hear from Ola Simbobo Sojinrin. She is the Nigerian country director from Solar Sister from Nigeria. And then we'll be hearing from Suzanne Singer. She is Dene. She is the director of Native Renewables from Turtle Island here in the US. And then we will be hearing from Margaret Kwateng. She is the National Green New Deal organizer who works with Grassroots Global Justice Alliance here in Turtle Island or the USA. And with that, I would like to hand the floor over to Dr. Aya Takin Askarova. Thank you so much for joining us. You have the floor.
Thank you. And I remember when I joined like a WECAN in 2013 in the Sovereign. And that was great. 100 powerful women who is trying to make, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And to make climate change not happen, stop global warming, and to adjust our lives to it. But like I was doing all these things, and in 2016, I decided to leave UN negotiations, climate negotiations, as well as SDG, because I was thinking it's going the wrong way. Because if we want to have climate justice and fix all these problems, we need to encourage communities, educate them. And that's why I recently founded Indigenous Global, because I think our ancestral knowledge, traditional knowledge, our data, that's I guess the oldest data in the world and the most genius. And I think if my grandmother will be like will take leadership, she will fix everything. And also economic solutions. I don't see my my slides here. And okay. And this is here. That's why I created this. And this is not nonprofit. This is like an accelerator and slightly venture capital company, because I don't want anyone will look us as a charity. I don't want anyone will look as, oh, women, people of color. No, we have these solutions. We have a business. And always I see that when people gives us money, indigenous people, oh, they are cool, or we did that. No, we know how to do business. We just need support, educational and every side. And yeah, next slide. And this is the problem, that we always feel underappreciated, because whatever we know, always kind of some people even mocking us. Also, we have a wisdom, which is like in now innovation economy lacking, because they don't have wisdom in there. Like that's why we see what's problem coming with the tech world, because they don't have wisdom to put there, and we have a wisdom, and which is undervalued. And people again looking at us charity beneficiaries, and innovation also false described, because technology is not innovation. Innovation requires more things, like to fix problems and never destroy nature, which new technology ecosystem shows us totally different thing. And there is like also myth, like, and that's we can't grow the company to exit level. We can make a billion dollars companies, which is wrong, because if we will have support, we can make it happen. And next slide, please. And I put like some statistics, like last year, and in Australia, the major venture capital companies raise $1.6 billion money, Australian dollars, with zero investing in indigenous businesses. And indigenous business so encouraged in Australia. They just need support to grow their businesses, and they don't have that support. And in Canada, like Raven, it's the new venture capital company as well. They raised like this year $25 million just to investing in indigenous businesses in Canada, as well as like 11 billion in revenue in America since 1997 comes from the women-owned businesses, and 201% growth it's coming with the Native American owned businesses, which is the highest, because the otherwise women is like 114%, but the indigenous women 201%. And next slide, I'll see. Okay, and what we need like to be visible in investing world. That's to have access to investors, that they will see what we are doing. Of course, the major investors, venture capitalists, they even don't see us because they're busy. Like, you know, somebody needs to advocate that, hey, I'm here and I have this business, and you have to invest in me, and you have to believe in me. And of course, within that, to access to capital. And as like while I was talking, all these indigenous businesses, business owners all over the world, I saw that they don't have knowledge how to grow their business, how execute their business, how to have a like adjust their businesses to new economy. And how that's the thing, like we need to educate ourselves and to help them accelerate these companies and to have the increase their role in new economy. And of course, we need to grow together, because like I'm indigenous and my ancestors, they don't know English. Yeah, this is the barrier. And that's why I wanna to break all the stereotypes, like a mileage, language, and just grow together. Like I see whatever my grandmother was doing, and I see here in Native Americans doing, they can connect it, and they can do it, like grow together. And as well as grow together with non-Indigenous people, because they also have to know what we are doing. I don't want to just to put investing in our companies and discriminate ourselves. I learned that like when I was working in this drug user people, I understood while we support them, we are discriminating, isolating from them from the other part of the society, which is not good. It's very hard then to just like to get integration. That's why it will be like for example, founders, one should be indigenous, one should be non-indigenous, but the major part should be indigenous people. And next slide. And this is the thing, Indigenous Global, that has a mission to empower traditional knowledge, oldest data in the world, in the new economy, via so like investing in indigenous people's businesses, and especially women. And that's that we will change all definition in the innovation, or I will call it technology, tech economy ecosystem, because we usually say 10 times in 10 times revenue in return. They're thinking about only money value, but I want to take 10 times better value. That's to keep world safe, the Earth, planet Earth, and Mother Nature, not destroy it. This is our value, and I believe our traditions able to do that. And usually they call like a minimum viable project, and that's why that's why I want to change it, maximum valuable product. And while like they talk about the return in investment in, I think like no, we have to return in impact. What's our impact? And next slide. Hello. Yeah. And that's all. I have there like things like from a stage sustainable development goals. If we wanted to have like literally invest in renewable energy, we just need to take like if we will invest in indigenous women, it will help us, because we will deal with gender equality, and we will just reduce inequalities, like we are indigenous or people of color. And education, how I say like it's education about to find economic solutions to our businesses. And in the workplaces, if they will be diverse, that's also another thing. And infrastructure, also building a partnership between indigenous, non-indigenous, venture capitals, and all these things will automatically help us to build the businesses that will stop global warming, at least protect our Mother Nature from major events like in the future. And that's all. I'm taking it slowly, and I hope everything will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing. And now I would like to bring on Ola Simbo. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. It's really been an honor, like listening to even just the panel before us and this one, as we as women or we as sisters continue to share in this climate crisis that we found ourselves in. All right, so I wanted to make a presentation today on Solar Sister. Solar Sister is an organization which is focused on Africa. We are operating in 3 countries right now, and we have this big vision which we are looking at powering communities through women entrepreneurs. So we're envisioning this brighter world powered by women entrepreneurs. And we do this, we operate in a social enterprise format, and we do this in the countries that we are in by providing the economic opportunity, the training, the technology, and the business support. As the last speaker was saying, what we do need is support. A lot of times businesses are things that we've been doing for years, for centuries, and how can we do it in a way that it's sustainable, in a way that it's green. And our work really centers around SDG 5 and SDG 7, which is gender equality and clean, affordable access. So for us, it's why women entrepreneurs. Okay, we believe that women will be the drivers, that we have this unique opportunity to actually advance the role of women. So there's this saying that, the woman who wears the shoe, or the person who wears the shoe, knows exactly where it hurts. And we feel like if you look at how energy poverty affects women, or affects the community, we know that it's definitely not gender neutral. We know that energy poverty is in fact a gender issue. And as women, we believe that we should take that mantle and provide the solution as well. So that's really the centerpiece of why we believe that women entrepreneurs would be, a very, very valuable way in tackling this energy crisis that we found ourselves in. And in a lot of the communities that we do operate in Africa, and I think even in other parts of the world, women are considered the energy managers in the home. So if you look on the household level, how food is cooked, or traditionally how the home is lit, you find the woman at the center of that. And so what we're saying is, as that woman, how do we ensure that we are also part of the solution? We're able to, not just be victims of this energy poverty, but we're in the forefront of being solution providers. And so that's why we believe it's really important for women entrepreneurs to take their place. And we found that when these business opportunities are provided, it's doing two things. So it's the gainful employment that we have, but it's also addressing this energy access issue, which is a big challenge for us. So I wanted to point some of the challenges that we face, especially amplifying the voices of women entrepreneurs. I could talk for the ones in Nigeria. We have a network of over 2,000 rural entrepreneurs. And I will just summarize the key barriers that we have into these 4 key things. So of course, the first one is economic. So, they say energy, if you say poverty also has, energy poverty has a female face, poverty also has a female face. And so economics is one of the big barriers that we have, and a lot of panelists have spoken about that. But we wanted to also highlight the cognitive barriers as well. So we find that in a lot of these communities, the support that we need is in terms of skills building, is in terms of giving hope, because there's this just, in some of the communities that we work, there's this state of lethargy, when you just feel like all the problems are on you. And, these are some of the things that we need to help each other pull through. Right. And then there's the normative barriers. So there's a lot of, most of our societies are patriarchal. And there's all of these values, these norms, this tradition, which continue to reinforce some of these gender-based violence or gender-based challenges that we face. And so this is also a barrier that is just, that women have to live with every day. And then it is the political. So we do have laws and regulations that are actually providing this power asymmetries between men and women. But what we found is that despite all these barriers, it's evident that when the conditions are even just slightly favorable, women thrive, women become successful, and women are able to lead this movement and lead the change that we're trying to make. And so I wanted to also highlight some of the opportunities that there are, so for us, access to finance is the biggest one, and they've talked about it a lot. It's a key barrier, and in some of our societies, this access even goes beyond just getting money. There's a bigger challenge to things like collateral. If a bank says you need to have collateral and you, by their norm, you're unable to inherit, so it just automatically excludes women from being able to access loans or access finances in those kind of institutions. So there's a lot of gap, a lot of opportunities for capacity development. So things like skills building, agency. We found a very strong correlation between building women's agency and how well they do in business. So just leadership training, just showing them that yes, they can, reinforcing that yes, they can, and we've been able to see a lot of success in that. There's opportunity for digital literacy and financial inclusion as well, because in a lot of the communities that we work in, you know, they're the unbanked. They're essentially the unbanked. So they're excluded just by being unbanked. They're excluded from many other opportunities. Another one that we are really promoting is local innovations. As I said earlier, you know, is the woman who knows where the shoe is pinching that actually knows where it hurts. And that's why we believe that local innovations are key to solving a lot of our challenges. So we need to promote the support to especially our indigenous people, our local people who live every day with the challenge. They say necessity is also the mother of invention. There's a lot of ideas here that you just need the support to harness. And yes, you know, in all of the products, in a lot of the products that we see, there's this lack of using human-centered design. So there are products that are developed in one geography and is brought to another geography, and they don't necessarily fit the challenge. And so we believe there's a lot of opportunity to consult on the ground and find solutions that actually fit the needs of the people. And there's, you know, a lot of opportunity also for leveraging technology, including data science and evidence. We're seeing a lot of how data is being used today to actually enhance our businesses, enhance our livelihoods, and also digital inclusion and all the benefits or all the positives that being connected to the internet or being exposed to communication brings. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really incredible presentation, Olusimba. We really appreciate the work of Solar Sisters and the model that you're demonstrating for this, and also showing us those gender links. It's really powerful to see as we work to build decentralized energy for everyone with a gender lens. Thank you. And now I'd like to hand the floor to Suzanne. Thank you so much for joining us, Suzanne. Suzanne, can you unmute yourself and put on your video? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Hello, everybody. I am Suzanne Singer. I am a member of the Navajo or Diné Nation and speaking to you from Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm the executive director and one of the co-founders of Native Renewables, and we are a nonprofit organization based on Northern Arizona. And we are focused on energy justice, climate justice, and we really formed to address a part of climate justice, which I think is very much rooted in energy and environmental justice. And it's been said, I'm sure, many times before today or earlier today, but Indigenous people know all too well that inequities exist in our communities, and that includes the roughly 15,000 families within the Navajo and Hopi nations in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah that do not have access to grid-tied electricity. So they spend a lot of their income on fuel expenses, up to half of them. And other Indigenous communities within the US can spend more than $500 a month sometimes just to pay for expenses for heating and lighting. I'm going to try to share my slides here, but one of my family is one of those that was living without power. So this is a photo at my grandmother's house. This is pretty, I would say, pretty standard of what it's like to live in an off-grid environment. You're reading by either propane light or kerosene lamp. And as a younger child, I had very limited time to do my homework and do things I needed to do before the lights went out or we had to go to bed. And then you're heavily relying on ice chests. A lot of families go to town every day just to buy ice, and going to town, sometimes you're driving hours on a dirt road for some families. So and I guess also I won't talk too much about water, but a lot of families also don't have access to running water. So there's a lot of these infrastructure needs that still exist in our communities and are tied to obviously inequity and getting access to that power, the human right of having power. But our mission with Native Renewables was to bring that power back to Native families and help them achieve energy independence and be self-reliant. So I think I'll talk a little bit about our programs, but it's been really amazing to be able to create our own opportunities and work towards building an economy around renewable energy. So one of the regenerative values, and I really like the title of the session because one of our values is actually regenerative culture. So we realize it's really valuable for us to keep that cultural knowledge and the language and keep that strong within what it is that we're doing. So this is a coloring book that was designed by the parents of our other co-founder, Wahala Johns. Her father is the artist and her mother helped do the translation for us. But this is just one way we're trying to keep those values instilled in what it is that we're doing. We're also passionate about educating the broader Native community around solar energy and solar power. This is one of the one-day trainings we had in the community, one of the chapter communities. There's 110 local areas and we call them chapters. So this was a one-day event, the basics of solar energy, and we got to do a little bit of hands-on activities there. And, you know, we really love doing this kind of things because seeing is and doing is much better than sitting in a classroom looking in a book. So before COVID, we had a 10-week workforce training where we were training folks to be installers. And of course, with COVID really impacted how we did things in the community. Lots of things shut down. So we had to start exploring virtual platforms for the work that we were doing. But the focus of core of our work is really using off-grid solar power to provide power to Indigenous families. Within the Southwestern United States, the solar resources is amazing. So it seems the perfect technology to be able to implement in homes for the Hopi and Navajo nations. And it also really works really well when these families are really far from a utility line. And, you know, some of them tell us they'll never get power, it's never going to happen in their lifetimes. So the thing, one way we've been working with these types of systems is to make them large enough so they can power refrigerators, you know, not ginormous size ones, but full size ones, refrigerators, be able to provide lighting and access to charging devices. But I think the other challenge for us is making it large enough to meet all the critical needs, but affordable enough to be able to do lots of them. The other thing we are doing, I mentioned before, is we're training installers in the field, and we see our role as bringing support to creating a local workforce as the renewable sector increases and there becomes more job opportunities. And our Indigenous people are really valuable to our projects because they know what it's like to work in that environment. A lot of them speak the language, so they can speak to our elders about what's actually happening. And they're prepared to work in the field, and a lot of them love working near home. One of our staff, she hasn't been able to go home and have lunch at her parents' house in years, and now she's able to. But it's been really amazing being able to invest in our community members, bringing training to Indigenous communities instead of the typical model where they have to travel off the res, they have to pay their own way to get trained. And we would try to support their travel for them. And so I think we're trying to shift what is actually the training model that is typically available to a lot of folks. And so the other thing that we're working towards is our communities are heavily, used to be very much coal communities. And we used to get a lot of revenue from our nations, to get a lot of revenue from that. So we're also supporting a just transition because we know coal is going away. So we want to be there and ready to support the large investment, hopefully, that is soon to come. And this is a moment to invest in our Indigenous people. I know that's been said already, but we hope to spark economic development. So we also not just support our team, but we also are looking for vendors that are local, that have the trades to be able to support our work or provide products for us. We've trained over 20 people in the past year and a half, and we've converted some of these folks you see in this picture to staff members. They came in as trainees and now they're helping us out in the field. So I'll just also advocate for investing in on the ground organizations like ourselves, because we work within the communities that we care about, that we are from. And it's been really amazing just to see families turn on the light for the very first time and see that, you know, how emotional it is. So that's been really incredible. But thank you for allowing me to share my time. And yeah.
Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation and all the incredible work you're doing. And to you, many thanks. And Wahala, who's a dear friend and colleague for many, many years. And we're putting links in the chat to your organization, which has really led the way in many ways. I mean, you were early on, your organization was early on in this transition of indigenous communities going to renewables and you know, really having power in your own hands, in your own communities, and the just transition. So I just really wanted to do a shout out and thank you for the dedication over years. And, you know, it's not light to say that, you know, this was you know, your community having been just devastated by coal, and then, you know, having that extraction wreak such horrible effects on your community, and then moving over to renewables is I think something tremendous for us to look at. So thank you very much. I just wanted to really acknowledge that. And now I'm really excited to bring Margaret onto the floor. Thank you. Please take us away, Margaret. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Margaret Quatten, and I'm the Green New Deal National Organizer with Grassroots Global Justice. And I'm going to take us in a little bit of a different direction to talk a bit about some of the movement building happening around energy. So GGJ, I think some have already heard, since I know Cindy spoke earlier, but it's an organization of about 60 grassroots community organizations based in Turtle Island in the United States that are largely comprised of working and poor people and communities of color. And our unifying slogan is "No war, no warming, build an economy for people and the planet." And our work has been largely centered on movement building to uplift global well-being, grassroots feminisms, and the need for demilitarization. So as a part of moving forward that work, we became the newest members of MAR, which is the Movement of People Affected by Dams. And MAR is a popular movement of energy impacted people across the Americas that just reached its 5th anniversary yesterday. So MAR comes out of farmer organizing against a hydroelectric dam in Brazil, though it now encompasses movements all over the Americas, including El Consejo del Pueblo Maya in Guatemala and COPIN in Honduras. And we're also in the process of expanding to the African continent and connecting with movements in Nigeria and Mozambique. So over this past year, we've had a series of 3 virtual gatherings in which we were able to collectively align around, you know, what is our shared struggle? What are we up against? And what principles should our alternatives center, as well as how do we get there? One thing that we spent time on in the first convening was getting clear on how all of our energy systems are interconnected and the ways in which they're harming our communities. People shared about fracking in North Dakota, about incinerators in New Jersey, about illness and poisoned water, displacement and industrial disasters. In particular, we were able to see how the companies that own our energy systems are often intertwined globally. And that in this context of privatized energy, we're all facing exploitation in different ways. This is true even in the context of what can sometimes be presented as clean energy. So as I mentioned earlier, MAR began with farmers who were fending off a major hydroelectric dam project in Brazil. This mega project was happening as a part of the privatization of their energy. And so it was being carried out in a way that did not account for the indigenous communities who would be displaced from their lands or the flooding that would result of it impacting farmers. So we know that transitioning to a sustainable energy system is going to require more than just exchanging our technologies, that it's going to require a shift in our economic system as well. We also talked about in our second session, what is the context of these broader systems we're up against? We talked about capitalism and colonialism, structural racism and patriarchy, and we grounded it in an understanding of the commodification of the earth. Utilities run for profit have led to these scenarios in which resource-rich companies, communities, and nations have been living without some of their basic needs met. It's because these historical systems are intertwined and feeding off one another that we must address them together. So what we talked about in the third convening was, what then is our alternative? What value should it be based on? And we brought together people who had been having this conversation in their communities for decades. As you can see here, this is Francisco from Guatemala, who has said that he's had over 100 consultations with over 2 million people in Guatemala about this question of energy. And then we began to dive into some of the main tenets of a popular energy model. First, we identified that a popular energy model requires recognizing energy as a common good. At the MAR, we understand that the issue of energy as a popular project, that energy is shared wealth and should be a part of the common good, not a private possession of any corporation or particular individual. It's a right and one that one that's fundamental. So when I began organizing, I worked on affordability of utilities, specifically heat and light bills. And we had members like Trudy, who's on the left here, who shared her story of having to care for her son, Joel, who's actually in that photo too, when the electricity was turned off in her home, and he was premature and connected to life-saving machines. It's outrageous to turn off someone's electricity in that condition, but in any condition. And the same goes for cutting off heat in the winter. And this type of inhumane treatment wouldn't happen if energy was being treated as a common good and not privatized at the hands of the largest transnational corporations in the world. So second, we believe that a popular energy model requires sovereignty and self-determination. Just as water and land are places where we must assert sovereignty of First Nations and oppressed nationalities peoples, the same is true of energy. The popular energy model that our movements align around is based on a local distributed popular control model. And through our power campaign at CJA, I think Elizabeth, who was intending to join us today, would have spoken to, I think, some of the experimentation they're doing here in the United States around what that type of control could look like. And I also think that some of the panelists right before me spoke to some of those types of projects. Third, we see that a popular energy model requires us being in right relationship with nature and Mother Earth. Our current energy model is built on extraction that's unsustainable. In this session, we looked at models of renewable energy that are building in the most sustainable ways currently possible, and wind and solar did rise to the top. We know that there aren't perfect options and that there are extractive elements in each of them. And so as a part of that, we see this relationship with nature as a key element we need to continue to focus on as we build out a popular energy model. The fourth aspect I want to touch on is about our approach. The idea that transforming the energy model requires a grassroots feminist approach to transforming power and the economy. The impacts of colonial and patriarchal capitalism on people of color and poor and working class white and gender oppressed people have been felt for centuries through the exploitation of our bodies and our labor. Our environment is being destabilized because our economy is centered on profit and the idea that nature and women's reproductive labor are limitless and disposable. Our land and our bodies can't be separated. The body is our territory, and with the right for autonomy, to live free from violence, to have sexual freedom and respect, it becomes our struggle then to defend Mother Earth as we are also defending our bodies. So finally, we came to this question of how then do we get here? We started to see every aspect of energy, from the energy that is used to care for our families, to the protection of Mother Earth and our collective well-being, to land, water, and air quality, and the conditions of workers. All aspects of energy are sites of popular struggle. it's truly an anti-capitalist and anti-patriarchal front that is a broad one. And as we are engaging in this work, we really need to better understand, what are the energy systems that we are confronting, and what are these alternatives? We have, and finally, I guess to say is that one of the main tenets that came out of that last meeting was this phrase, organize, organize, organize. This is a campaign that spans continents. These are transnational corporations, and it will be a transnational struggle that will lead us to victory. So we understand that we can't do this alone, that we'll be in this struggle together. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much to Aitaken, to Olasimbo, Suzanne, and Margaret. Those were incredible presentations, and we deeply appreciate all the work that you're doing. And, it's just so important for us to look at the fact that when we're talking about water, when we're talking about food, when we're talking about energy, when we're talking about forests, when we're talking about seeds, which has been a discussion over the last few days and will continue to be throughout the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, that there's a connection between all these different systems of oppression and power that we're really trying to address. And I really love how all of you presented, the fact that we are taking our power back. Part of how we're going to decentralize these energy systems is by communities really having power over the power in their community. And it just is part of the same systems of food sovereignty and food security, not privatizing water, making sure that there's access to water, access to energy, access to food. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about decolonizing and dismantling these systems of racism and colonization and patriarchy and capitalism. All women are really screaming at the top of their lungs that this system is over. We want this to collapse. And I know it's a scary time with a pandemic and so many climate crisis barreling down on us, and people literally fighting for their lives, land defenders, as we heard earlier today, being attacked and criminalized for their activities or murdered. And all of this to say that in this time of great transformation, as systems are collapsing, we need to hold the center together. We as women and gender diverse communities need to hold the center together, because look at the plethora of solutions that we have. You presented on this panel brilliant solutions that are in our hands. We know what to do. And we are also under attack by these old systems. And we need to hold strong as we go through this transition, because things are collapsing and they need to collapse because they're not working for us. And I just really want us to hold that hope and beauty and strength together to see the work that's being done in the minutia, nuance and detail that feminists are presenting. So I just really want to honor you all and honor all the presenters from today for this analysis and dream and vision that we are holding tight to for ourselves and future generations. So thank you all for your time so much. I really appreciate your work, and let's support all of you. We've put links in the chat to the projects you're doing and your organizations. And thank you for your deep analysis and organizing work. So thank you very much. And we're going to move to our final session of the day. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So now we have our final keynote of the day. I'm really honored to welcome Naomi Klein to the closing keynote today of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Solutions from the Frontlines and the Protection and Defense of Human Rights and Nature. As many of you know, Naomi is an award-winning journalist and New York Times bestselling author, and has contributed enormously to the climate justice movement for many, many years. And Naomi asked us to share a video with you, a short video of her work before she offers her remarks. So with that, if you could please key up the video. Thank you so much.
Looking back, It's hard to believe that we've rebuilt our community from the ground up with our own hands. The first seeds were planted way back in the terror and tenderness of the pandemic. And then change bloomed in the streets, in the fire and struggle of the uprisings. Around here, we'll never forget the day that the last prisoners were released, walking out into the arms of their loved ones. The easy part was finding work. The Community Care Corps was always looking for people in those days, whether for universal family care, burying border walls, or green new public housing, going up one pod at a time. Yup, it was a good time for busy hands.
Funny, thinking back to the first wave of the pandemic, that's what you really remember. Hands. Washing, scrubbing, disinfecting, washing again. Picturing each other's hands. All the hands that had touched whatever we were touching. The hands that packed the box, that picked the tomato, that planted the seed. The hands that stroked the brow, that said goodbye. The hands were us. All of us. That web of hand-to-hand, breath-to-breath relationships was a reminder. We are all entangled, making each other sick, keeping each other alive. That was just one of the lessons of COVID-19. It started in the first great pause, when the smog cleared and the rich fled the cities, when poverty dropped its disguise and racist inequality drew the map of the disease. As the roar of the traffic faded, we arose to birdsong and ambulance sirens. The virus showed us what was truly essential. And we learned again and again that so many of us doing essential work were being treated as sacrificial. From nursing homes to detention facilities, meatpacking plants and fulfillment centers, the virus exposed the cruelty of these warehouses of efficiency and profit. Then, things got worse. In 2023, super droughts led to mega floods. Locusts carved a path across continents and hyper typhoons drove millions from their homes. COVID-23 raced through storm shelters and refugee camps. Supplies ran out again. Meanwhile, dinosaurs roamed the halls of power, bellowing that more sacrifice was needed. But every time they cranked up that rusty old machine called economic growth, the cloud of sickness and death grew.
And we couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe from the asthma in our polluted communities, from the smoke of those fires. We couldn't breathe with a knee on our necks, in the clouds of tear gas as we shouted, "Black Lives Matter." And that is how the virus changed everything. We finally understood that we couldn't keep patching up the same broken systems. We had to build something new. What was needed was a spark. That spark was us. After months of organizing, the viral rent strike was like a starting gun. Then came the essential workers' strike. Delivery drivers, street cleaners, and farm workers got together and said, "Enough!" This time, people didn't just clap from their balconies. We flooded into the streets to join together. One of the leaders was Luciela, a young food courier. When a police bullet stole her life, the crowds exploded in size and then exploded again, spreading across borders like a counter-virus. The sparks look different in every country as the wildfire strikes leapt across borders. Economies ground to a halt, this time blockaded by workers. We lost too many young heroes as states brought out the iron fist, but it was no match for the raised fist of solidarity. Soon, authoritarian rulers started to topple like statues. and new governments were suddenly nervous about ignoring the streets. We joined hands and pushed further, launching the years of repair.
The first step was rebuilding the economy around the core of essential work: food and farming, care for young and old, public health. Not to mention the essential labour of the more than human world, the winged pollinators, the leafy oxygen makers. The Full Employment Act made the new priorities clear, and there was a wave of new worker cooperatives in everything from mental health support to public art and tree planting. Many bosses were made redundant. Our information ecology needed tending too, and so we built a digital commons, vaccinated it against surveillance, and built up our herd immunity to disinformation. Fossil fuels were running on fumes by that point, so we harnessed their final profits to clean up their messes. Whatever we could, we did outdoors. School, theatre, celebrating. At first because it was safer, then because we realised it made us happier. Nobody talked about missing shopping. Anyway, the right to repair movement meant that a lot of stuff got fixed rather than thrown away and replaced. With life moving at a slower pace, we finally had time to look back, and we began the most important repair of all: repairing relationships. In colonial countries like the US, Canada, Australia, and the UK, those were hard conversations. But truth and reparations commissions helped some of us face the truth about the violent conquests of the past and how they shaped our world. That guided where we repaired and how. It turned out that once we fully funded schools and housing and healthcare, we didn't need those bloated budgets for policing, prisons, and war. And ultimately, the flow of money on planet Earth had to be reversed. So the North finally started paying its debts, and the South finally stopped.
Around here, the Land Back program began the historic process of returning some of the stolen land to indigenous jurisdiction. In the process, we remembered how taking care of the earth lays the ground for taking care of each other. Within just a few years, we could see the bottom of the river again, and it was safe to drink and fish in its waters. Things aren't perfect, of course. Between mutating viruses and our warming world, there's always new storms headed our way. But when they come, we're ready. With our networks of nurses and neighbors, our small farms and big forests, our systems of care and repair. No one is sacrificed. Everyone is essential.
Hello, friends. It's an honor to be with you, even in this slightly inhuman way. I'd like to thank WECAN International for your years of work building an intersectional feminist climate movement. I wanted to start by showing that short film that we put out a year ago, because frankly, it does a better job than I can of showing what it could mean to rise to our moment of overlapping and intersecting emergencies. The pandemic, the climate crisis, the crisis of anti-Black violence, and of racial and gender injustice. As time marches on, and as political leaders fail to rise to the reality of these crises, even as they become more acute, it can be discouraging to hold out the hope that a film like that represents. And I have days when that hope is hard to muster. I won't pretend otherwise. I live in British Columbia. It's hard to imagine how any place could receive more signs that we are living in emergency times. In May of this year, on unceded Secwepemc territory, not far from where I live, on the site of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School, the presence of hundreds of unmarked children's graves were confirmed. Confirmed, not discovered, because the survivors of that school have been saying for decades that the children's remains were there. That was May. 1 month later, in June, with that excruciating grief still raw, then came the heat dome. It's hard to describe what it was like. All I can say is that the very air felt like an assault, a sort of snarling, invasive entity with a life of its own. Almost 600 people here died during that scorching week, most of them elderly. A town called Lytton went up in flames. More than 1 billion marine creatures were cooked alive on our shores. Later in the summer, young salmon died in our dry riverbeds, salmon on whom our entire ecosystem depends. And through it all were the wildfires, still raging today. And through all that was COVID, still raging in our elder care facilities, in our hospitals. How many alarms need to go off at once in our collective house before we say we need to devote all of our collective energy and resources to putting the fires out, instead of obsessing about when we get to go back to that crisis called normal, instead of continuing to push oil pipelines through indigenous lands, arresting and harassing the people daring to put their bodies in front of the machines. If there is hope, it is that more people than ever understand that we are indeed living on the knife's edge. We just saw it in the huge climate strikes, and also in the huge numbers rising up this weekend to defend the rights of Afghan women. Our issues are connected, and we need a climate movement that makes those connections fearlessly, rather than fearing that other crises are competition for finite attention and resources. You have heard already from so many frontline heroes during this assembly. There's very little that I can add, but perhaps I can summarize a bit. If we get clean, we have to get fair. More than that, as we get clean, we must dare to redress the founding crimes of our nations like mine: land theft, genocide, slavery, imperialism, the hardest stuff. Because we in the rich world haven't just been procrastinating climate action all of these years. We've been procrastinating and delaying the most basic demands of justice and reparation, and the reckoning is here on every front. These must be years of repair, repairing the land, repairing our stuff rather than replacing it, repairing our relationships with each other, and making reparation for past and present violence and dispossession. Now, some find these kinds of connections daunting. Lowering emissions is hard enough, we're told. Why weigh it down by trying to redress so much else at the same time? I've heard it many times over the years in this movement, and it's a strange question coming from a place of privilege that is not enjoyed by the vast majority of people on this planet. Because what most sensible people understand is this: if we're going to repair our relationship to the land by shifting away from endless resource extraction, why wouldn't we begin to repair our relationships with one another in the process? For a very long time, we have been offered policies that amputated the ecological crises from the economic and social systems that are driving them, searching endlessly for purely technocratic fixes. That is precisely the model that has failed to yield results during all of these decades of negotiations. Holistic transformation, on the other hand, has actually never been tried, and there is good reason to think that it might just work. The hard truth is that environmentalists can't win the emission reduction fight on our own. It's not a slight against anyone. The lift is just too heavy. This transformation represents a revolution in how we live, work, and consume. To win that kind of change, it will take powerful alliances with every arm of the progressive coalition: trade unions, feminists, migrant rights, indigenous rights, housing rights, transit, teachers, nurses, doctors, artists, and more. And to build that kind of coalition, it's got to be about justice: economic justice, racial justice, gender justice, migrant justice, and historical justice. Not as afterthoughts, but as animating principles. The core principles of climate justice are well known by now. Energy democracy, communities owning and controlling their own renewable energy. Frontlines first in line. The communities that have borne the brunt of our extractive economy must be first to benefit from this transition. Another principle, care work is climate work. This is work overwhelmingly done by women and overwhelmingly discounted or not counted at all. It happens to be low carbon, and we can make it even lower carbon. Another principle is no worker left behind. That means workers in those high carbon sectors must be democratic participants in designing the transition, and their wages and benefits need to be secured and guaranteed. Another principle, the polluters have to pay for this in the dying days of fossil fuels, but also the overconsumers all over the world, but especially in the global north. These are the building blocks, and there are many more as well, because climate justice requires new kinds of trade deals that move us away from ever-growing levels of consumption. It requires a robust debate about a guaranteed annual income, full rights for migrants, getting corporate money out of politics and fossil fuel companies out of the climate negotiations. Though the specific responses to the climate crisis vary from one place to the next, there is an underlying principle that I believe connects all of this work. As we change our economies and societies to get off fossil fuels, we have a responsibility and a historic opportunity to repair many of the injustices and inequalities that scar our world today, including the systemic discounting of women's labor and the systemic abuse of women's bodies. The great strength of a just transition framework is that it does not pit important social movements against one another or ask anyone suffering from injustice in the here and now to wait their turn. Instead, it offers integrated and intersecting solutions grounded in a clear and compelling vision of our future, one that is ecologically safe, economically fair, and socially just. That is a future worth fighting for, and I'm proud to be fighting with all of you. Thank you.
Wow, we thank you so much for being here with us, Naomi Klein, lending your words, your wisdom and leadership at this time of multiple crises. What an amazing way to close the third day of our assembly, really weaving together in Naomi's comments all the things that we discussed in terms of the injustices, but also the solutions that are being put forward to mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, and how we need to really weave our movements together is so clear. And I really appreciate your comments and the video, Naomi. It's just so spot on for leading us through this incredibly challenging time and keeping our hope alive. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today, the third of the 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. I think the closing with Naomi is really perfect. And to all the presenters, we thank you so much for your time. So many powerful words were spoken today, and deep analysis and a real understanding of the direction we need to go. Please be welcome to participate with us over the next days of the Assembly. We have 3 more days with incredible leaders who will be presenting. We also have set up a Facebook page as a conversation platform where you can network with each other and share your own work and find out other partners to collaborate with. And we're putting that link into the chat because we know that this conversation is just actually getting started in many ways. We're really excited that some collaborations have already started through those of you connecting. That was part of the dream of this assembly, is that people could find each other and hear from each other all over the world and connect in different regions or connect around themes that you're really dedicated to in your own work. So we welcome you to continue to connect and network with each other. And I also wanted to mention that as we talked about this morning, through the Assembly, we have formulated a very powerful call to action that has now been delivered during the UN General Assembly to governments around the world, to banks, to asset managers all around the world, really sharing with them our list of demands and what needs to happen now as we head towards COP26 in Glasgow, but also beyond, because this is an agenda that goes beyond this COP. It's an agenda for our very survival. And this agenda is being expressed in many ways. This call to action is being expressed through all of the panels that you're hearing about in the Assembly over the past days and in the days to come. Some of you have been asking about the previous sessions. All of them are being recorded. They're on our Facebook page. You can go there to see them. Some other partners are also live streaming with us. And at the close of the Assembly, we will also be uploading all of the sessions onto YouTube. So with that, I want to thank you all for joining us today for this really powerful time together. We are thinking of all of you, and we're going to close with some music. I think it's really important to have some artistry and music as part of the work that we do collectively. So you're welcome to stay on and to participate into sharing comments in the chat and sharing into some powerful closing music with us. Thank you very much.